First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High is workers perfect for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right is he, giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, chief Eleazar, to the chief men, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
So again, if we are determined to correct ourselves with God, if we are determined to become better with God, then we won't move in an emotional state of mind. Because when we move in an emotional state of mind, that's where sin, iniquity is able to creep in. This is what causes an opening or a breach in your spirit to allow negativity to enter in. And being that we are more inclined to wickedness. Where we read that? In the book. We can't disapprove what God said, what the book said. You are more inclined to wickedness. Naturally. You want to argue with God?
Natural instinct.
I said, you want to argue with God? I said, you are more inclined to wickedness. That's why God gave us the book to correct our ways. But we think we're smarter than God. No, not me. Not me. Shut up. Not me. No, not me. God said you're more inclined to wickedness. Since the very same day that Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, we have gotten more evil and more wicked. Who said that? God said that. Don't argue with God. That's why he has preserved the book so that we can learn about our ways and correct ourselves. Because we are wicked and we are evil. Who said that? God said that. And we need to acknowledge that so that we can be better and make the necessary improvement in your life so you can excel with God, so that you can be exalted. You think you can't be exalted? Yeah. I said, you think you can't be exalted? Huh? We are a crooked and perverse generation. Who said that? God said that. Yeah, you're crooked. Yeah, you're perverse. But the key is, are you able to detect the crookedness in you? Are you able to detect the perverseness in you? Are you going to continue to move in this perverse and crooked way that God hates and despises and not correct yourself? So again, we need to ask ourselves, do God approve of this? Or would God approve of this? Would my parents approve of this? And if we are truthful with ourselves, then we will move differently. We will move differently. That's called the discipline of God. But the reason why we cannot hearken and move in a disciplinary way is because what? We despise rebuke. We're scorners. Reproof of instructions are the way of life. So when you cannot receive chastisement or reproof, you are not in the way or in the path of life. You are on your way of destruction. God was going to wipe out a whole entire nation. I said God was going to wipe out a whole entire because he looked down from Mount Sinai and the people made a golden calf. Yeah, Aaron made it, but the people pressed him and forced him. I said Aaron made it, but the people pressed him.
That's what they wanted.
So who really made it?
They told him to make it.
I said, who really made it?
People.
The people. See, I don't take and speak things out of sight. Listen here. I said, the Lord plagued the people because they made the calf. That's what God said. God plagued the people because they made the calf. Even they didn't physically make it. So how did they make the calf? By ordering and commanding, by forcing Aaron to make this golden calf. So God hit the people. So the Creator was going to make a nation out of Moses. And we say, Moses should have let God do it. We probably wouldn't have been in a better state. I disagree with that. You know why? You know why? Because there would be no Uriah the Hittite. There would be no King David. Huh? You know how many godly... But the reason why this didn't go down was because Moses wasn't selfish. He wasn't all about himself. He wasn't all about himself. And when you cannot fulfill the commandments of God being all about yourself. So he begged God to forgive his inheritance. I say he begged God to forgive his inheritance and consider his name. Have a regard for your name, O Lord. He said, because in doing so, the nation will speak evil of God's name. What that mean? When we move in a way that's not acceptable by God out there, in our robes and garments and frontlet and bracelet and turban, and cause people to talk against your God, you have not the regard, you don't regard God's name. Because you're going to cause people to talk against your God. And then the Most High said he got something special for a person that considered the name of God. That consider and have a regard for the name of God. Let's go to Deuteronomy 6. Anything you profane, you make common. You use it. Go ahead, let's read. Deuteronomy chapter 6.
Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments, which the Lord your God commanded to teach you. That you might do them in the land.
Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments, which the Lord your God commanded to teach you. Right? Go ahead.
That ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it.
That ye might do them in the land whither you go is over to possess it. So part of speaking about this holy God shows that you have accepted his laws. Sometimes people speak about God and they don't accept God. They don't accept and acknowledge. That's why there's a part in here that says, what hast thou to do to declare the statutes of the living God? What are you doing talking about the laws of God? And you don't even live this way. This is not even your walk of life. This is not how you live. So what are you doing talking about declaring the statutes of the living God? Talking about thus saith the Lord, and you in the corner store by Punch, ordering a lettuce and tomato sandwich.
Beef bacon.
Ordering beef bacon. We shouldn't be eating beef bacon. We shouldn't be eating turkey bacon. Turkey ham. Because if we eat these things, how do we know how the animal died? Because we cannot, God prohibits us from eating meat that died of itself. We shouldn't be eating cold cuts.
We have a diet.
We have a diet. We have a prescribed diet that God has ordained us and showed us how we need to be eating. So, go ahead, Tom Shee.
Verse 2.
Verse 2.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God. Now hold up. He said, Lord thy God, to teach you that ye might do them in the land whether you go to possess it. The word for teach is lamad. Okay? To teach means what? To instruct by precepts. Okay? Precepts. To instruct by example. To instruct by experience. It also means to train. To teach a type of behavior through practice and instructions over a period of time. You don't get this right away. You have to do this thing here. We have to be living this way of life and doing this repetitively over and over and over so that these laws, commandments, and statutes can be a part of you. So that it can start being habitual. Habitual, it becomes a habit. See, we can form our own habits. We can form our own habits. We can form godly habits. So a teacher makes you know the disagreeable consequences of your actions against God. If you do this, the law says, if you do this, this has to be done. Now you're going to really see if this person agree with God. Now I'm going to really see how much you want this. How much you believe God. How much do you really want to fulfill these commandments and statutes? Because the laws of God, when we're dealing with the laws of God, there is penalties for what you do. There's penalties for your actions. There's consequences for your actions. So now you have to think, well, if I do this, would I be in violation of the commandment of God? Would I be in violation? Because if I do this, the penalty for me doing this is this. That's why God said, an eye for an eye. If you mess around and knock this brother eye out, are you able to sit in that chair and get your eye knocked out?
That's fair.
That's fair. When you are not able to do that, then you're unjust. That's injustice. Okay? A teacher instructs by precepts, examples, and experience. Now, what are precepts? Precepts are general rules. Precepts are general rules. That's what the Torah is. Instructions. The Torah are rules. The Torah is instructions. Okay? To regulate your behavior. It regulates your thoughts. And it regulates your ways. I said the general rules of God regulates your behavior. Tells you how to act, how you move, how you shouldn't behave. I said the Torah and the laws of God regulates your thoughts. Certain things should not have came up in your mind. Certain things you should not have came up in your mind. You should not have thought those things. Which means it brings about a certain mindset. It tells you how to think. I said the laws of God tells you and orders you and tells you how to think. And when we have thoughts, when we have thoughts, because how do I know how you think? By what you say. By what you say. And your actions. And your actions. The things that you done said out your mouth done told me how you think. Now, the things that you done thought up in your head done told me how you think. Now, these thoughts are not correlated with what God said. Those are forward thoughts. And by you having these forward thoughts, which is opposite from God's thoughts, you separate yourself from God. I'm getting close with God. You think you're getting close with God. Stop thinking the way you're thinking. I said, stop thinking the way you're thinking. Because those thoughts that's coming into your mind, God don't agree with it. those thoughts that's coming into your mind, God don't agree with it. And every time we harbor those negative thoughts that's contrary from what God said, God pushed you away. You think he cared about how many turbans and frontlets and bracelet and garment you wearing? Continue to think the way you think, and you will be pushed off. Gonna push you away. That's what God said. You think I'm telling you dreams and fantasy. You think I'm telling you dreams and fantasy. He said, love righteousness. Love righteousness. Above all, love righteousness. Huh? Ye that be judges of the earth. Ye that be officers of the earth. Ye that be judges of the earth. Why? Judges and officers must love righteousness because you are judges and you are held in high regard. And situations going to come up and you have to deal with the situation matters according to what God said, not according to how you feel. Creep. He said, think of the Lord with a good heart. He said, think of God with a good heart. And in simplicity of heart, seek him. For he will be found of them that tempt him not. And show it himself unto such, do not distrust him. For froward thoughts separate from God. Okay? So keep thinking and harboring thoughts and ideas that's contrary from the book. God will continue to keep you away. Oh, not me. Okay, so keep thinking that way. Learn to eject those negative thoughts that's against what God said. And when those negative thoughts come to you, you must learn to correct yourself. You must learn to correct yourself. Go ahead, Tom Sheep.
Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments which the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that ye might do them in the land whither ye go to possess it. Verse 2. That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God.
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God. The word for fear is yareh. It means to fear God. It means to revere God. It also means to be afraid. Okay? So revere God. Revere, what does revere mean? Revere God is the feelings. It has to deal with how you feel, your feelings towards God. Revere God is the feelings of awe, fear, and wonder. Blows your mind. God is amazing. When you read the book and you read about God's glorious act, what is the effects that it has on you? Huh? Because that's what's going to keep you coming. That's what's going to keep you attracted to this, because what you read just blew your mind, how God did this and did the other and moved this way and did this. Huh? With respect, because of his awesome powers and majesty. To fear God is to have a wholesome dread. Now you're going to learn what is the fear of God. We not even at that point yet. Nobody is at that point yet. Yeah, you may fear God, but at that limit, that height of fear, the fear of God is to have a wholesome dread. You know what a wholesome dread is? Wholesome dread not to ever displease him. You can displease him in many ways. You can displease him with your thoughts. You can displease him with your ways. You can displease him by not fulfilling and doing. Because it ain't all about doing. It's about how you think. is about your ways.
Cover the bases. Cover the bases.
We have to cover 360, all bases. We're not covering 360, man. We're not covering 360. So we need to humble ourselves and walk on or walk in the rest of our lives in humility and guilt. Because when you walk in life in humility and guilt before God, you are able to make the corrections.
Yep.
Now you're able to. Let's read.
To keep all the statutes and his commandments.
To keep all the statutes and his commandments. The word for keep is shamad. It means to be on guard for his statutes and commandments. So what do you mean to be on guard? You know what on guard is? I'm making sure that you don't violate this person within the bracket or the ranks of the laws of God.
Right.
That's what it means to be on guard. That's what it means to be on guard. On guard means you are standing here and you will not allow this woman to violate this other woman or to do this other woman harm against the laws of God. So therefore, there's no way that I can or we can agree with each other in our wrongness. In our wrongness. I can't agree with you, and you can't agree with me. We must hear the whole conclusion of the matter. Then after you hear the whole conclusion of the matter, then you make the necessary corrections according to what God said.
Just pick one side.
Can't pick one side. I can't pick that side. I can't pick the other side. I have to hear everything.
Story.
I must hear the full story. That's why when situations come to me, I say, all right, all right, okay. Now it's time to go to the next party. Oh, man. This dude said, pop, 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 pop. And now you hear a different story. Man, that brother lying.
Yeah.
It ain't run like that.
Yeah.
He said this, and this, and he agreed to this and this and this, but the other brother kept that out.
Facts.
He edited his
Edited.
He edited the whole story
liar.
to paint the picture like this brother is wrong.
Right.
Tell the whole story.
We gotta stop moving like that. You 60 years old, man.
Right.
You 60 years old, man, and be truthful with yourself, man.
Right.
I ain't got no time for none of that foolishness, man, because I ain't moving like that. I'm not moving like that.
Yeah.
So that's why the niggas call me a loner. Always by myself.
Yeah.
I'm always by myself. And I ain't worried about nobody. Listen here.
Yeah.
Facts.
Listen here, bro.
Same here, bro. Same here.
To be on guard. It also means to observe. It also means to give heed. Oh, how do you give heed? What does it mean to give heed? To give heed means to pay careful attention. To observe and acknowledge, to take action. You are listening with the purpose to do. We listen with the purpose to do. We listen with the purpose to put what you heard into action. So again, to be on guard means to be alert to various dangers concerning the violation of the commandments of God.
Various dangers.
Various dangers. You hear what it said?
Of what?
Of the commandments of God. Of the violation of the commandments of God. Now I had put myself in danger by violating the commandments of God. various things. Listen, man. So we really got to be on point with ourselves, man. We really got to be on point with ourselves and stop taking this thing here lightly. To observe means to take notice. Remember my father used to say, hey, you didn't notice and you ain't realize this and this and this happened? What happened after that? He said, no, but I ain't noticed it. He said, well, you should have.
Show you how you.
He said, you should have noticed it. This is what you're supposed to be on guard and watching out for. Not leaving everything on me. Okay, Abba. You right, Abba. You good, right? To keep means to continue to follow a way, to continue to follow a path or a course, to honor and fulfill a commitment. To honor and fulfill a commitment. But are we truly committed? Huh? We're only going to follow a way, a path, or a course that God has set only if we are truly committed to God. Did we commit ourselves to God? Did you commit yourself to God? Huh? That's an excellent question.
You commit to everything else.
Because we don't know what commitment is. We don't know how to commit to God. You know what commit to God is? You got to run your mouth. You can't say, well, I committed to God. What you said. What was the deal? What was the covenant you made to commit yourself to God? Okay, now.
That's how you commit yourself.
That's why Paul used to say, he said, I committed myself. I'm sitting there and I'm listening to him. He said, I committed myself, man. He said, so he asked, how you commit yourself? He said, I committed myself because I told God, if I don't walk this way to remember my sins at the day of my death and visit it upon my sons, listen, that's how you commit yourself to God. We ain't commit ourselves to God yet. We ain't take that step up, that next level up.
That's where the vows come in.
Huh? That's where the vows come in at.
Even in marriage.
That's commitment. To pay due regard to a law or custom. Tom sheet.
Verse 2. That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God to keep all his statutes and his
That thou mightest fear the Lord thy God to keep all his statutes. So you're not going to keep the statutes. You're not going to keep his laws. You're not going to keep his commandments if you don't fear. If you're not afraid. In order to keep these laws, commandments, and statutes, you have to be afraid. Which means each individual must build that fear for God. You ain't born with the fear of God in you, brother, sisters. You need to build that fear in you. Tom Sheet.
Which I command thee, thou and thy son, and thy son's son, all the days of thy life, and that thy days may be prolonged. Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it.
Hear therefore, Israel, and observe to do it.
That it may be well with thee.
That it may be well with thee. That it may be good with you.
And that ye may increase mightily. As the Lord God of thy fathers had promised thee in the land that floweth with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord.
Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one.
That's right.
It's only one God.
Yeah, God. That's right.
A lot of us is searching for God or was searching for God. And like my brother always say, people always talk like they're searching. And when they search and search and search, God lead them to the Christians. And then they search and search and search, God lead this person to the Muslims. And then they search and search and search, and God lead this other person to African custom and all this. And then you have people that search and search and search, and God lead you here. You are the people. You must be the people of God. You must be the people of the Lord. So now we have to work on that, which means God saw favor and he saw good in you. You had a certain amount of good in you that God saw in you to lead you towards this way. We're not dealing with no color here. I accept white people. I accept yellow. I accept pink. I accept blue. I accept black. I accept all shades. Because God accepts them. And I got to accept what God accepts. As long as we're serving one God, I will accept you. That's what counts. Not your color, not your complexion, not how you look. Nowhere in the book states that. He said, I'm a God for what? For all. For all. For all. Right? Go ahead, let's read it. Deuteronomy 6, verse what?
5.
Verse 5. Time sheet.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with
Wait
all
a
thy
minute.
heart.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart. I said, and thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart. What is love? Again, the book teaches us what love is. Love is correction. Love is chastisement. Love is reproof. Love is rebuke. It said, rebuke thy neighbor and suffer not iniquity on his account. All right? So what is love? Love is based on benevolence, common interests. What is benevolence? Benevolence is the disposition to do good. The disposition to do good, which means you have good in you to serve God. Right? Disposition is the positive or negative way a person views the world, and everything else in life. What is your outlook, and how do you look at certain situations? How do you view certain situations? How you look at certain situations? What's your response to certain situations? What's your opinions to certain situations? Because your response and your opinion, it better agree with what God said.
Yeah.
Don't look at the situation like Heather B. Like these niggas out here, because you not them. But did you tell yourself that? Did you tell yourself you are not a nigger?
Teach.
Did you tell yourself you are not a heathen? That's another thing my father said. He said, y'all don't talk to yourself? He said, y'all don't look in the mirror and tell yourself that you are not a heathen? Because you have to talk to that which lies within. That which lies within is trying to take you over. So now you have to, God said, rule your spirit. Your spirit is unruly. Naturally unruly. Anything God tells you to rule is unruly. It's unruly. So he said, I used to look in the mirror and he used to say, man, I'm not a heathen, man. I'm a Hebrew. I'm not a heathen. I'm a Hebrew. And in time, it will begin to have an effect on your spirit.
Right.
See, there's steps and stages in doing things, right? Now, everything else, your character is determined by your inner moral values. Your inner moral values goes according to your beliefs that you use to analyze your opinions. Your beliefs you use to analyze your own opinions. Analyzing the situations, and you analyze your thoughts according to your beliefs. Then you decide what's the right or appropriate way. Your personality reflects who you are as a person. How you think shows me who you are or who you is as a person. Time sheet.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, with all thy soul.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all your heart, soul,
and might.
Time
And
sheet.
these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart.
And these words which I command thee this day shall be in your heart. I said it shall be in your mind. Anytime it speaks about the heart, it's talking about the mind. Go ahead.
And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children.
Okay, and thou shalt teach them diligently. The word teach diligently is shinantam. Shinantam means to inculate. To inculate means what? To instill a certain type of attitude, idea, or habit in God by persistent instructions. We are the ones that instill a certain type of attitude, a certain way of thinking or habit within the children by what you teach them. This is why certain things my son or my daughter won't accept that a female or a man that wasn't raised in this way of life may have sons and daughters they will accept because they wasn't taught this way. They wasn't raised this way. Okay? To shinantam also means to study by oral repetition. And when we study by oral repetition, by repeating it over and over, you don't sharpen me. You're sharpening yourself.
That's right.
You're sharpening yourself. So therefore, what? I have to read Genesis 2, 3, 4 over and over because this is something that needs to be done repetitive. It should be rehearsed. Why do we hear people say, oh, you said that already?
Okay.
You keep repeating yourself. You're always saying that. Why you keep saying this over here? Because God said say it. God said to repeat this thing over and over. Oh, but all you do is repeat yourself.
Teach.
Okay, well, who made you a teacher?
Maybe you need to stop.
Who made you a teacher?
Okay.
And a governor to tell another teacher that he's repeating himself or what to teach.
That's so weird.
These are people that
guys
need to check yourself.
Israelites
Israelites is something else.
Israelites.
Israelites is something else.
Right.
Time sheet.
And shall talk of them when thou sittest in thine
Shall
house.
talk of them when you sit in the house.
When thou walkest by the way.
When you walk by the way.
When thou liest down.
When you lie down.
And when thou risest
And
up.
when you rise up. The word of God is in your mouth every minute of the day.
That's right.
Go ahead.
And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand.
And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand.
And they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes.
And they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. This is not a metaphor.
No.
God has given us laws, commandments, and statutes to bind on our wrists. God has given us laws, commandments, and statutes to put between our eyes.
Right.
God has given us laws, commandments, and statutes to put on your doorposts.
Right.
Time sheet.
Verse 9. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house.
And you will find these laws. Deuteronomy 6:4. Deuteronomy chapter 11. And Exodus 13. Read those 3 chapters. And each and every one of those chapters is going to tell you what needs to go on your hands, on your wrists, what needs to go between your eyes, and what needs to go on the doorposts.
And it shall be, when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which he sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give thee great and goodly cities which thou buildest not.
You mean to tell me God is going to bring us into a land that the cities and the houses and trees and vineyards, all this stuff is already built and planted?
Ready to go.
Ready to go? Go ahead.
And houses full of all good things, which thou fillest not. And wells dig, which thou diggest not. Vineyards and olive trees, which thou plantest not. When thou shalt have eaten and be full.
When you are eaten and full.
Then beware, lest thou forget the Lord.
Beware that you don't abandon God. That you don't forget God. We have a tendency of forgetting God when things are moving right. When things are doing right. When things are doing good. When things are doing okay with you. I got my good job and this is going right. I tend to forget God. We do not use our past troubles that God done delivered us out of to remind us of his glorious act, to remind us of how God has delivered me from this situation. We can't forget those things. We always got to remember that I could have died. God could have killed me, but he saved my life so that I will be able to correct myself with God and become better, so I can save myself from myself, so I can deliver my soul from the pit of destruction. Tom sheep.
Then beware lest thou forget the Lord, which brought thee forth out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage.
House of bondage.
Verse 13. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God and serve him.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God and serve him. To be afraid of the consequences from violating God's commandments. Because there are consequences, yes, when you violate the laws and the commandments of God. Okay, go ahead.
Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God and serve him, and shalt swear by his name. Ye shall not go after other gods.
Ye shall not go after other gods.
Of the gods of the people.
Of the gods of the people.
Which are round about you.
Which are round about you.
But the Lord,
okay, what does go after mean? To go after means to have the same views of. When you think the same. When you view this situation the same way, or even views it, you see it the same way they see it, and God don't see it that way.
That's it.
Okay? In agreement with. I shouldn't be agreeing with things that God don't agree with. Okay. If God don't agree with it, I have to disagree. I cannot agree with you in this situation, brother, because God don't agree with it. I'm not going to use this. God don't agree with it, or God agrees with it. And we have to train ourselves to agree with the things that God agree with. We have to train ourselves to disagree with what God disagree with. That's right. To resemble means to be like or similar to be the same. To be the same. To be suitable to feel attraction towards or pleasure in. Watch what you are attracted to. Be careful of the things that you feel attraction towards, because the things that attract you is not right by God. These are the things that don't attract God. Okay? Time sheet.
For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you.
For the Lord thy God is a jealous God among you.
Lest the anger of the Lord
God demands from those who he loved and redeemed utter and absolute loyalty and stern actions against ones who betray God by violating his laws. Stern actions. Tom sheet.
Lest the anger of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee and destroy thee from off the face of the earth. You shall not tempt the Lord your God as ye tempted him in Massah. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God. You shall diligently
keep the commandments of God. What do you mean by diligent? How do you keep the commandments of God diligently? By showing care and consciousness for the laws and the commandments of God. Okay? Go ahead.
And his testimonies and his statutes, which he hath commanded thee. And thou shalt do that which is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest go in and possess the good land which the Lord sware to thy fathers, to cast out all thine enemies from before thee.
Okay, cut that. Let's go to Proverbs 20. Go to Proverbs 20. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God, for our good always. It ain't for God's good. It's for our own good. Why God gave us these laws, commandments, and statutes. It's for our own good. That he might preserve us alive as it is this day. And it shall be our righteousness if we observe to do all these commandments before the Lord our God as he had commanded us. So let's go to Proverbs. You got it? Proverbs 20?
Proverbs chapter 20.
Proverbs chapter 20.
Wine is a mocker.
Uh-oh. Go ahead.
Strong drink is raging.
Wine is a mocker. The word for wine is a mocker is as let's ha yayin. Okay? A mocker, mockers are openly hostile. I said mockers are openly hostile to wisdom. You know what openly hostile to wisdom is? When I'm trying to talk sense into you, and you still raving and raving. Proverbs will show you your ways. Proverbs will show you and open that vision and open your eyes and show you yourself. But we don't take heed to that. I said mockers are openly hostile to wisdom. What is wisdom? Law. The law gives wisdom. The ways of God. They do things out of arrogance. They do things out of arrogance, haughtiness, and pride. Too much of it. Too much of what? Too much of wine makes a fool out of yourself. Time sheet. Wine is a mocker.
Strong drink is raging.
Strong drink is raging. Huh? You know, anybody that's full of wine and strong drink, they're noisy. He says strong drink is raging. A person full of strong drink, the person is noisy and he's loud.
Yeah.
In a forceful way.
Yeah.
Seeking to attract attention to their own views.
Okay.
To their own views. You can't see it nowhere else. Only the way you see it. Go ahead.
And whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise.
Whosoever is deceived thereby. The word for deceived, it don't mean deceive. In the Hebrew, it says shagah. Whosoever go astray. Whosoever errs thereby is not wise. Now we know if you're a wise man or not. When you drink, do drinking cause you to go astray or cause you to err or do things that you ain't got no business doing? You're not wise. You know when you can say when you're wise? When I'm able to take a sip and I still maintain my faculties and move within the laws and the commandments of God. Not allow this strong drink to cause me to do things or say things or move in a way that God don't accept. You don't need to drink.
Say it again.
Let's read.
Drunk talking stupidness.
The fear of a king is as the roaring of a
The
lion.
fear of the king is as the roaring of a lion.
Whoso provoketh him to anger sinneth against his own
He said
soul.
the fear of the king is as the roaring of the lion. Whoso provoked him to anger sin against his own soul. Leave the king alone. The king got the power to take your life.
Okay.
Go ahead, read.
It is an honor
Uh-oh.
for a man to cease from strife.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Who said that? I ain't said that.
Solomon.
Solomon said that.
Solomon.
Let's read that over again, John.
It is an honor for a man.
It is
to
an
cease
honor
from
for a
strife.
man to cease from strife.
Yes. Yes. Please.
It is an honor to a man to cease or restrain from strife.
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
But every fool will be meddling.
But every fool will be meddling. The word for meddle is gala. Gala means to reveal himself. Every fool will reveal who he truly is.
Yeah.
Can't help
Can't help it. You're going to show who you really is.
That's right. That's right.
Tom, see?
That's
The
right.
sluggard
Uh-huh.
will not plow by reason of the cold.
The sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold. You know I ain't no sluggard. 10 degrees, I got to go out there
No matter what.
and
what
do
the
12 hours in the cold on construction.
100 degrees.
I'm so tired of it.
Below zero.
Below 0, 100 degrees, I gotta be outside.
Outside. Yeah.
Sluggers, they can't do that. Sluggers stay home. Nah, it's too
Find an
cold.
excuse not to go.
And find an excuse not to go. Tom C.
Therefore shall he beg in harvest and have nothing.
Therefore, he's gonna beg and harvest because you ain't putting the work in. How you gonna eat if you ain't doing the necessary things to feed yourself? No, I gotta get out there and go get it. I'm not gonna win the winning numbers. You ain't winning no lotto.
Don't count on that.
Don't count on that.
Get up
Go to
and
work so that when I turn 70 and 80 years old, I have something coming in so I can provide for myself and my house.
Yeah.
Tom C.
Counsel in the heart of man is like deep water.
Counsel in the heart of man is like deep waters. The word for deep is amak, ayin mem kuf. It means unsearchable. You see, counsel in the heart of man is unsearchable. You ain't gonna never figure it out. You ain't gonna never figure it out. Go ahead.
But a man of understanding will draw it out.
But a man of understanding would draw it out. A man of understanding would draw it out, meaning ye lena. It means to be delivered or set free. Tom C.
Most men will proclaim everyone his own goodness.
That's all men do. Men that's full of pride and vain,
Lift themselves up.
they lift them and uplift themselves. They only proclaim their own goodness. And they have a
Nobody
hard
else.
time
Nobody else.
acknowledging
Nobody
the
else.
goodness that is in you.
Nobody else is.
Because they want to put themselves on a pedestal.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm on the pedestal because I'm doing this and I'm this, I'm this, and this. No, let God put you up there. Don't put yourself up there.
That's right.
While we do and we increase in righteousness, we must do and increase in righteousness in humility, in meekness, and in humility, so that we can remain humble,
That's right.
so that God can pick you up. God is not going to pick you up if you don't remain humble and meek. How do you think God picked Moses? No matter how elevated he was with God, the only man that ever envisioned the appearance of God, but he was still humble. He never said, man, you can't say that to me. He said, I saw God. You think you ain't seen him, right? I seen him. He never mentioned that. He ain't never mentioned that or do that in the people's face. Do that in Aaron's
They
face.
wanted to kill him.
Do that in Moses' face. Do it in Joshua's face and all the elders. Y'all are not better than me. I'm the only one that saw God. I'm not. No, that's not the way. And this is why God was able to show himself to him. Because he knew that Moses was not that type of man. See, you know what it remind me of? You know what it remind me of? My father. You know why? Because the man seen things. And God showed him things. But he never exalted and picked himself up above people and used that to say, well, I'm this and I'm that because. No. He still kept it in a humble and meek state. Kept a guilty conscience and remained humble. So God was able to continue to come to you. Tom C.
That's right.
Most men will proclaim everyone his own goodness,
Uh-huh.
but a faithful man, who can find?
But a faithful man who can find. What you mean by what does it mean to be faithful? Faithful means steadfast in allegiance, conscientious. Steadfast in allegiance is being constant,
Not wavering.
not wavering, not shifting, not moving back and forth. All right? Firm in adherence to who you owe allegiance to. Unwavering course in your convictions. All right? What is your convictions? Your convictions are strong beliefs in God, which cause religious and moral convictions, lifelong convictions. Time sheet.
The just man walketh in his integrity. His children are blessed after him. A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment.
What verse is that?
I'm at 8 there.
Go to verse 7. Go back to verse 7.
The just man walketh in his integrity.
A just man walketh in his integrity. Okay. What does it mean to walk in your integrity? To walk in integrity before God is when one who lives in alignment with the principles and the ways of God. If you are not walking in alignment with the principles and the ways of God, but the key word, you just said it, is alignment. And alignment means what? A match.
Ways gotta match.
You lined up.
Your ways gotta match God's ways. The principles that you're living by gotta match God's principles.
Amen.
So we gotta be careful. Our thoughts gotta match God's thoughts. And because your thoughts match God's thoughts, that's what's keeping me from doing this. That's what's keeping me from moving this way. That's what's keeping me from picking you up and hanging you on the string.
That's it.
Because my ways, my thoughts, my principles has to match God's ways. Tom sheet.
His children are blessed after him.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
These are keys. Wait, go back to that.
The just man walketh
in his integrity.
His children are blessed after him.
But the children that are only blessed after a man that walks in his integrity before God. This is how your blessings, this is how the righteousness in a father can trickle down to his children. I said, this is how the righteousness of a father can trickle down to his sons. Tom sheet.
A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment scattereth away all evil with his eyes.
A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment scatter it. All scatter away all evil with his eyes. In the presence of the king, ain't nothing gonna happen.
That's right.
Ain't nothing gonna go down. That
Right.
even shows because you're in the presence of the king. The same way if you're in the presence of your parents.
Same thing.
We have to behave in a certain manner or move in a certain manner or act in a certain manner because you're in the presence of your parents. Hey, chill. Don't you see Ema sitting there? Hey, chill. How about inside the room? Chill. But as we get older, those qualities
Go away.
vanishes.
It don't matter no more.
It dissipates. And it flows and goes all the way in the air. And then when this one
Evaporate.
acts a certain manner, then this other one answering, and all this is being done in front of Mama Bear. From the Papa Bear inside the room. Next thing, Papa had to go and ask, hey, what's going on in there? And then you see Papa Bear get up in his cane. He said, well, what's going on? When he shouldn't even heard it. Why? Because we don't have no honor. You think you got honor.
There you go.
That's the depths of honor. When you are able to control your emotions and not act out of what? Out of order. When you're in the presence of your parents. If it's saying that about a king, what you think about your parents? Well, hold up. Y'all ain't keep down there, man. Ema upstairs. I don't want Ima to hear it. Because you know once Ima hear it, she's going to run out of that room like a bat out of hell and kill herself to get to the window.
Or come downstairs.
Or run down the stairs. If that ain't honor, then I don't know what that is. If that ain't dishonor, then I don't know what that is neither. Honor goes deep. Where we at?
Verse 9.
Uh-huh.
Who can say, I have made my heart clean?
Who can say I made my heart clean? Who can say that? Wait a minute. I ain't said that. Who's saying this? This is the wisdom of Solomon. We're hearing about a wisdom that's coming from a man that God have exalted and gave wisdom. Nobody can say, my heart is clean. Nobody can say that my heart is pure. Huh? What do you mean by clean? Zekiti means a pure mind. A pure mind is attained. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is a key. I can tell how pure your mind is by how much law you do.
There you go. That's what makes you.
I can tell how pure your mind is by how much law you do. That's why people think differently.
Right.
You would think and conjure up ideas in your head that one won't think and move like. A pure mind is attained by taking heed to the law and ways of God. And guess what? You're not even going to voice it. It's not even going to come to your mind to do or to think or to conjure up certain things, because I remember what God said in Exodus 20. I remember what God said in Leviticus 18. I remember what God said in Genesis. So therefore, I'm not even going to voice it. I'm not saying it. I said a pure mind is attained by taking heed to the laws and the ways of God. What else is a pure mind? A pure mind is free from unnatural impulses. What is unnatural impulses? Or negative emotions? I said a pure mind is free from unnatural impulses or negative emotions, which hinders our growth with God. So you see what causes us, what stops our growth with God? Your thoughts. Your thoughts. How you think. How you think hinders and stops your growth with God. You see how important your thoughts is with God? So I ain't read nowhere where it says, look, man, unnatural impulse is what? Unnatural impulse is an unnatural urge or desire.
Be driven.
You got the urge to do so. That's why you mentioned it. I ain't gotta do it. Oh, but I ain't do it. I don't care if you ain't do it. God said He don't care if you ain't do it. But you thought it up in your mind. It was in your mind to do so. It's an unnatural urge to go against God. It's an unnatural urge to go against what God said in the book. God said, thou shalt not. You get an urge to do opposite. That's why you voiced it. That's why you said it. That's what you really want to do. Oh, but I ain't do it. God don't care if you ain't do it. You already mentioned it, and you already had the urge to do it. See how far we are? But we think we got it all. I said, we think we got it all. We ain't got nothing right. We still have a long way to go before to reach that height, that summit.
Teach us.
Like my pops used to say.
That's right.
he's reached the summit, the height.
Gotta get
It's also a natural urge or desire to depart from God, a driving or motivating force
there. Drinking.
to depart from God.
That's enough.
Let's read.
Who can say I have made my heart clean? I am pure from my sin.
I am pure from my sin. Who would say that? Nobody. Go ahead.
Diverse weights.
Diverse weights, diverse measures.
Both of them are alike abomination to the Lord.
It's an abomination to God. Diverse weights, diverse measures is an abomination to God. So if it's an abomination to God, it has to be an abomination to you. We have to train ourselves to detest the things that God detests and hates. Detest and hate the things that God hates and detests. Go ahead, read.
Even a child is known by his doings.
Uh-oh. Even a child is known by his doings.
That's right.
The word for known is naked. Naked means recognize. Even a child is recognized by the things that they do. A child, you will learn and understand and learn, and you will know how this child going to be by the things that he do.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
I say he's recognized by the things that he do. He's known by the things that he do to recognize or be familiar with. Tom She.
Whether his work be pure and whether it be right. Verse 12.
Verse
the
12.
hearing ear.
Proverbs 20, verse 12. Tom She.
The hearing ear and the seeing eye. The Lord has made even both of them.
The hearing ear and the seeing eye.
The Lord has made even both of them.
Read.
Love not sleep, lest thou come to poverty.
Love not sleep, or you're gonna end up in need.
Okay.
You're gonna end up wanting.
Open thine eyes,
Open
and
your
thou shalt be
eyes,
satisfied
and
with
you
bread.
shall be satisfied with bread. Tom She.
It is naught.
It is not,
saith
saith the buyer.
But when he is gone his way,
then he boasted. Go ahead.
There is gold and a multitude of rubies,
Uh-huh.
but the lips of knowledge are a precious jewel.
The lips of knowledge are precious jewels. It's more precious than gold. Come, Tom She.
Take his garment that is surety for a stranger.
Take his garment that is surety of a stranger. What do you mean by surety? What does surety mean? Surety means a person that takes responsibility for another actions. When you take responsibility for a person's actions, when you vouch for a person. So when you vouch, when you're being vouched for, you can't take that lightly.
Somebody spoke up to you.
I done spoke up for you. I said, I done spoke up for you. So therefore, I'm expecting you to move accordingly to the vouch that I don't vouch for you for, because I done spoke up for you. So don't act out, man. I already spoke to the person and said, man, listen, he's dead. I'm going to speak to him. Leave it. Now the person is banking on you,
Right.
hoping that this can be subsided. Tom She.
And take a pledge for him for a strange woman. Verse 17. Bread of deceit is sweet to a man.
Bread of deceit is sweet to a man. Bread of deceit are choice lies. That are sweet in the beginning. You thought you got away. You thought you got away. But later, it's like a mouthful of gravel. Is the result of lying. Painful and sometimes fatal. Tom She.
But afterwards, his mouth shall be filled with gravel. Verse 18.
Verse 18.
Every purpose is established by counsel.
Every purpose is established by counsel. All right? Makshabut. The word and the root word for makshabut is kashab. Every purpose is established by counsel. Every thoughts are established by counsel. Your imaginations are established by counsels. So when you begin to conjure up these thoughts and these purposes, then you need counsel to make sure that what I'm thinking, hoping that it's correct and right by God, are these the correct thoughts? Some of us don't seek counsel. Whatever we get conjured up in our mind, we move according to our own thoughts.
That's the impulse. That's the natural impulse right there. That's it.
Whether it's right or wrong. And you don't want to hear whether you're right or wrong. Because you are only right in your own eyes. Tom Sheep.
Every purpose is established by counsel.
Read.
And with good advice make war.
That's right. Read.
He that goeth about as a talebearer reveals.
He that go about as a talebearer. All right, so what is a talebearer? The word talebearer is a rakil. Right? Rakil is a slander. A slander means what? The making a false statement that damages another reputation. When you make false accusations, false statements, it shows hatred. It denotes hatred.
Yeah.
When you are able to accuse and make false accusations, then it denotes hatred. God said that.
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 22 said this man done took a wife and he falsely accused her. He brought up a false accusation in the Hebrew, it says. It said when he went into her, he found her not a maid. She wasn't a virgin. These things denote hatred. Okay? He that go about as a talebearer, revealing secrets. Therefore, meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips. Whoso curseth his father or his mother. The word for curse is qualel. Qualel means to utter imprecation. What is imprecation? Imprecation is something rude. Something said rude, when you're something rude, angry, or hostile said to or about someone. It said, whoso curseth his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness. An inheritance may be gotten hastily at the beginning, but the end thereof shall not be blessed. It says shall not be blessed because you end up losing it. Why? Because you didn't get it in a godly way, in the right way. See not thou I will recompense evil. You know what recompense evil is? Someone did you wrong, now you want to repay them back and do them wrong. That's why that's taking vengeance. Remember, God stopped King David. When Nabal did what he did to King David and railed on his people, did not give him bread or food, right? King David was going to move on Nabal and kill everybody. But God stopped him by using Abigail to send Abigail to him to stop him from venging himself. He said, but wait on the Lord, and he shall save thee. That one. Divers weights are an abomination unto the Lord, and a false balance is not good. Man's goings are of God. I said, man's goings is of God. How our paths and our lives, God determines your goings according to how the person is, according to your heart and how you are. According to how you are, God paves out your path. This is, see, we all have our own destiny.
Yeah. Sure.
And everybody's destiny is not the same destiny. Look, we inside the same room, serving God.
Everybody on the same page.
but we still
Still
on
not
different
understand.
destinies.
Everybody on their own page.
Go ahead. Verse 24, sorry.
Man's goings are of the Lord.
Uh-huh.
How can a man then understand his own way?
How can a man then understand his own way? You don't even understand your own
I don't
way.
even know what's happening.
Go ahead.
It is a snare to the man who devoureth that which is holy,
Uh-huh.
and after vows to make inquiry.
It is a snare. It's a trap to the man who devoureth that which is holy. The word devour it is yala. It means to speak rashly. To speak rashly of. Right? So we got to watch what we say.
Mhm.
To watch what you. Go ahead, Tom Sheet.
A wise king scattereth the wicked.
A wise king scattereth the wicked.
And
Read.
bringeth the wheel over them.
And bringeth the wheel over them. Read.
The spirit of man is the candle of the Lord.
The spirit of man is the candle of God.
That's the light.
That's the light. Hear that? The spirit of God is that light that God put in you.
Yeah, you can see right in there.
Go ahead.
Searching all the inward parts
Searching
of the belly.
all the inward parts of what?
Of the belly.
Of the belly. The inward parts are what? Most private and deeply felt of thoughts or feelings. The inward parts are thoughts and feelings that you don't reveal.
Your thoughts and feelings.
I don't reveal
Your
these
inner
things.
thoughts.
I keep these things to myself.
God knows.
Right? Inward parts of the belly is the inmost heart of man, testing all your thoughts, feelings, desires by God's law, approving some and condemning others according as they agree with it or not.
Right.
Tom Sheet.
Mercy and truth preserve the king,
Mm-hmm.
and his throne is upholden by mercy. The glory of young men is their strength, and the beauty of old men is the gray
The
head.
gray head, Tom Sheet.
The blueness of a wound cleanseth away evil, so do stripes the inward parts of the belly.
Uh-oh. He said the blueness of the wound. The word for blueness is kaburut. It means stripes or wounds or blows. All right? That's the rebuke that caused you to depart from evil. Go ahead, Tom Sheet. Now hold up right there. Let's go to 1 Samuel 28. Next week is Passover. Next week is Passover, or should I say, next week is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It was only one Passover. Passover is in commemoration when the children of Israel left Egypt. So when the nation of Israel left Egypt, wasn't Egypt. No, Passover was in commemoration when Israel wasn't Egypt, and the death angel passed over Egypt and killed the firstborn. All right? That's why it's called Passover. So therefore, there's only one Passover. After the Passover, then we slip right into the Feast of Unleavened Bread. The Feast of Unleavened Bread is bread that are baked without leaven. Without leaven, without yeast, without baking soda. All right?
Flour and water.
Flour and water. That's it. So with that being said, I'm going to show you how did we make our bread leavened. There wasn't no yeast. There wasn't no baking soda. So how did we make this bread leavened? Okay? Now, let's go to 1 Samuel chapter 28. Yes, I am aware that we have yeast in the air. But guess what? God ain't talking about that. You know why? Because if God was talking about that, I'm going to show you with 1 Samuel chapter 28. I'm going to show you with 1 Samuel chapter 28. God ain't talking about sour neither, because you had two words. Chametz is leaven, and chamatz is sour. Let's read chapter 28.
And it came to pass in those days that the Philistines gathered their armies together for warfare to fight with Israel.
Now, Pesach falls, was it next week? Huh?
Sunday.
Friday evening?
Saturday evening.
Saturday night.
Yeah.
After Shabbat. Next week, after Shabbat. Next week after Shabbat. All right? So now, Philistines is going to war with the nation of Israel. Okay? Philistines is going to war with the nation of Israel. And go ahead.
And Achish said unto David, Know thou assuredly that thou shalt go out with me to battle, thou and thy men. And David said to Achish, Surely thou shalt know.
Surely thou shalt know
what thy servant
can do. So David talking. He talking his talk. He said, listen, man, I'm going to war with you, and I'm going to show you how nice I am. He said, I'm going to show you how nice I am. I'm nice with the sword. Because these men were swordsmen. And you had to learn the art of war. Because guess what? There was no police. And I got to be able to protect my house. Because if I ain't able to take my house, you'll have raiders that run through, take your wife and your children, kill you, and take over everything you got. So you got to be able to fight and take over and control your, protect your substance. Go ahead, read.
And Achish said to David,
Okay.
Therefore will I make thee keeper of mine head forever. Now Samuel was dead. And all Israel had lamented him and buried him in Ramah, even in his own city. And Saul had put away those that had familiar spirits and the wizards out of the land. Verse 4. And the Philistines gathered themselves together and came and pitched in Shunem. And Saul gathered all Israel together. And they pitched in Gilboa. And when Saul saw the host of the Philistines, he was afraid.
He's afraid.
And his heart greatly trembled.
See, we got to realize that there's an evil spirit harboring Saul, King Saul. Why? Because he violated the command of God. God commanded him to kill Agag. Don't bring back the best of the sheep. Wipe everything out. King Saul listened to the people. He hearkened to the people, brought back the best of the sheep, brought back Agag, and then he told Samuel that he has fulfilled the commandment of God. See, that's when you realize when you are going off, when you continue to think that you are doing right by God, but you're not doing right.
That's most of Israel.
But you're not doing right.
That's all.
Tom, see?
He was afraid and his heart greatly trembled. And when Saul inquired of the Lord,
Saul inquired of God.
The Lord answered him not.
God ain't answering.
Neither by dreams.
Nor
by Urim.
Nor by prophet.
Then said
See,
Saul,
they had a relationship with God, man, to where whatever they needed, they was able to go to God and get an answer. So when God didn't answer, they got bent out of shape, man, because these people truly depended on God. They truly depended on God for everything. So when they didn't get an answer, they get nervous. They get bent out of shape, man. Go ahead.
Then said Saul unto his servants,
look what Saul did now.
Seek me a woman that hath a familiar spirit, that I may go to her and inquire of her. And his servant said to him, Behold, there is a woman that hath a familiar spirit at Endor. And Saul disguised himself.
Now, he said there's a familiar spirit at Endor. Now, he's getting desperate now.
He just put them away.
But I'm in desperate need of the answer. I need to get an answer from God, man. I need to get an answer from God. So now he's seeking for a familiar spirit. So what Saul did? He disguised himself and put what? And put on other raiments. How did he disguise himself? He took off his kingly apparel and put on other garments to disguise himself as not to be king. So when we dress in other clothes that God didn't give us, we are in disguise.
Looking like T-Dot.
We are in disguise. Go ahead.
And put on other raiment, and he went on. And 2 men with him, they came to the woman by night. And he said, I pray thee, divine unto me by the familiar spirit, and bring me him up, whom I shall name unto thee. The woman said unto him, behold, thou knowest what Saul had done.
He said, hold up. Before I do this, you already know what King Saul did. Right now, she ain't even recognizing that this is King Saul because she hasn't noticed him because he don't got the kingly apparel on. So she said, listen, you know what King Saul did, man? He done put out all the familiar spirits. Go ahead.
Behold, thou knowest what Saul had done, how he had cut off those that have familiar spirits and the wizards out of the land. Wherefore then layest thou a snare for my life to cause me to die? And Saul swore to her by the Lord, saying,
Saul swore to her by God, saying,
as the Lord liveth, there shall no punishment happen to thee for this thing. Then said the woman, whom shall I bring up unto thee?
All right, who do you want me to bring up?
And he said, bring me up Samuel.
Bring me up Samuel.
And when the woman saw Samuel, she cried with a loud voice.
When the woman saw Samuel, this is real, man. This is not no metaphor. This is why God said, stay away from witchcraft, familiar spirits, wizards, because with this type of skill, you are able to bring up a soul that is dead. The soul of that person, you can bring that soul up and he'll speak to you and you'll hear him speak. All right, Tamshi.
And she cried with a loud voice.
So she cried with a loud voice after the spirit of Samuel was coming up.
And the woman spake to Saul, saying, why hast thou deceived me?
Why hast thou deceived me? We learn what is deceit by reading the book. By concealing who you are is deceit before God. Come see.
Why hast thou deceived me?
Why you deceive me?
For thou art Saul.
For thou art Saul.
The king said unto her, be not afraid.
He said, don't be afraid.
For what sawest thou?
He said, what did you see?
And the woman said,
what did you see that caused you to scream like that?
Right.
Go ahead.
And the woman said unto Saul, I saw gods ascending out of the earth.
This is something that don't happen. I'm not calling all these. I called one person, and by Samuel's coming up, but I see other gods coming up. Go ahead, read.
I saw gods ascending out of the earth. Verse 14.
You know what that was? That was an elite group protecting the soul of the righteous. Go ahead.
And he said unto her, what form?
He said, what form is he of?
And she said, an old man.
An old man coming up.
And he is covered with a mantle.
Uh-oh. He's covered with a mantle. A mantle. A mantle. This is, he didn't have on a suit and tie. Neither did he have on a sweater or a t-shirt, sweatsuit. He had on an apparel that God has accepted, which was a mantle, a robe, a garment, and he died in that mantle or that robe or that garment because it's very important to not die in a strange apparel. A strange apparel is anything other than what God gave us. God didn't give us suit and ties. God clothed Adam and Eve in robes. So this is how we should dress. Every nation has a dress wear. The Christian have a dress wear. The Muslims have a dress wear. Every religion has a dress wear. And we have a dress wear. Tamshi.
And Saul perceived that it was Samuel, and he stooped with his face to the ground and bowed himself.
Saul perceived that it was Samuel, so he prostrated himself to the ground. Go ahead.
And Samuel
Look what Samuel said to him.
And Samuel said to Saul, why hast thou disquieted me?
Wait a minute.
To bring me up.
Disquieted. Disquieted in the Hebrew is ragaz. Ragaz means to disturb. This is a man that is dead, and his spirit got called up, and then he replied and responded to King Saul and told him, why are you disturbing me? I'm resting. Why are you disturbing me? Go ahead.
And Saul answered, I am sore distressed. For the Philistines make war
I'm
against
sore
me.
distressed, for the Philistines make war against me.
And God is departed from me.
And God is departed from me.
Answering me no
And
more.
answering me no
by
more.
prophets,
Neither by
nor
prophets,
dreams.
nor by dreams.
Therefore, I have called thee.
I called thee.
That thou mayest make known unto me what I shall do. Then said Samuel,
Look what Samuel told him.
wherefore then dost thou ask of me?
If God has departed from you, then why are you asking me? There's no reason to ask me. If God ain't giving you the answer,
Seeing the Lord is departed from
seeing
thee,
the Lord is departed from thee,
and has become
and has
thine
become
enemy.
thine enemy.
The Lord had done to him as he spake by me. For the Lord had rent the kingdom out of thy
God
hand,
has rent the kingdom out of your hand
and given it to thy
and
neighbor,
given it to thy neighbor,
even to David.
even to David.
Because thou obeyest not
Why?
the voice of the Lord.
Because you didn't obey God. You didn't obey the voice of God,
Nor executest his fierce wrath
nor
upon
executed
Amalek.
his fierce wrath upon Amalek.
Therefore hath the Lord done this thing unto thee this day.
Uh-huh.
Moreover, the Lord will also deliver Israel with thee into the hand of the Philistines.
Mm-hmm.
And tomorrow shalt thou and thy sons be with me.
Uh-oh. He said, tomorrow, you and your sons gonna die.
They died.
That's right, they die. He said, y'all gonna die. They're gonna be with me. Read.
Good.
Go ahead.
The Lord also shall deliver the host of Israel into the hand of the Philistines.
Uh-huh.
Then Saul fell straightway all along on the earth and was sore afraid because of the words of Samuel. And there was no strength in him, for he had eaten no bread all the day nor all the night.
He was on the fast. Read.
And the woman came unto Saul and saw that he was sore troubled, and said unto him, behold, thine handmaid hath obeyed thy voice, and hath put my life in my hand, and hath hearkened unto thy words which thou spakest unto me. Now therefore I pray thee, hearken thou also unto the voice of thine handmaid, and let me set a morsel of bread before thee.
Let me set a morsel of bread before thee.
And eat, that thou mayest have strength when thou goest on thy way. But he refused and said, I will not eat. But his servants together with the woman compelled him, and he hearkened unto their voice. So he arose from the earth and sat upon the bed.
So now, people like to talk against Saul. But Samuel just said that Saul and his sons gonna be with him. Which means there are sections. And the sections is determined according to your lifestyle. According to how you live will determine what section, what chamber, what part. Classification, where you're going. Because guess what? If you live your life unrighteous, not according to the way that God has prescribed, you're not going to be with a righteous man.
You're gonna be with Biggie Smalls and Tupac, bro.
That's where you're going.
Biggie and Tupac.
Tom, see?
And the woman had a fat calf in the house.
The woman had a fat calf. So now this is what I want to get to. Now we're going to learn what is leavened and what is unleavened. It said the woman had a fat calf in the house.
And she hated.
Go to Hosea 7. And the woman had a fat calf in the house, and she hasted and killed it, right? And took flour. The word for flour is kwemak, and kneaded it, and did bake unleavened bread thereof. So I always teach that when you knead the dough, it makes the dough leavened. But here just said, they took flour, they kneaded it, and did bake unleavened bread. I always say that kneading begins the leavening process. So this, by reading this, it will disprove what I said.
Right.
But now I'm going to go into the Hebrew. So the word kwemak means dough, and he killed it, and she took dough. She took dough and kneaded it.
The word for needed is talash. Talash don't mean need. Talash means to pluck or to tear. You can't pluck or tear flour. You cannot pluck. That means the dough was already made. The dough was already sitting. So sour and fermented is out of the window. Because people say that when you let the dough sit, leavening process begins. No. When you sit the dough, it does not become leavened. It's not leavened. The dough was already made. So now it says she took the dough, she plucked the dough and did bake matzot, unleavened bread. So we cannot teach people and tell people that when the bread sits and it gets sour, it's leavened. That's not leavened, and that's not what the book says. And she never needed it. Because when you need it, it begins the leavening process. She didn't need it. The word for needed means pluck or to tear, which means the dough was already made, and she plucked the dough. She plucked or tore a piece of the dough and baked unleavened bread. Let's go to Hosea chapter 7. Hosea 7 verse 4. Hosea chapter 7 verse 4 is going to show you and tell you how the dough gets leavened. See, we cannot conjure up our own ideas and come up with our own opinions of how the dough is leavened if you don't read it in the book. Nowhere in the book says or states that it takes 18 minutes. Nowhere in the book says that it takes 30 minutes. You cannot use sources, outside sources, to disprove what the book says. So therefore, let's go to Hosea 7.
Verse 4.
Hosea 7, verse 4. Let me find it, brother. Go ahead, you can read it. Go ahead, read it.
They are all adulterers.
They are all adulterers.
As an oven heated by the baker.
Hosea 7, verse 4. They are all adulterers. As an oven heated by the baker. That's called preheat. When you are about to bake bread, you always preheat the oven, right? Who sees it?
Who sees it from raising?
Who sees it from raising? After
he had needed the dough.
He had needed the dough, right? He needed the dough
until it be leavened.
Until it be leavened. So what caused the dough to be leavened? Kneading. Kneading is what caused the dough to be leavened. When you continue to knead and knead and knead and knead, this is what caused the dough to be leavened. Now, check this out. There's a channel called, I forgot what channel it was, but the program was How Was It Made?
Discovery Channel.
It was a Discovery Channel. And these people took dough and they put it in a vat, a large vat. And the large vat kneaded the dough, kneaded it for hours. They put it in the vat and they left. When they came back, they made matzos. And this is what we call unleavened bread. This is supposed to be lechem oni, bread of affliction. Ain't nothing affliction. There is no bread of affliction and no matzos. That's not bread. That's called crackers. Matzos is crackers. The same matzos you buy from the Jews is crackers. It's not bread. It's best to make your own bread to stay on the safe side. Okay, after this, let's go to Leviticus 23. Go to Leviticus 23. A lot of people said you can have rice. A lot of people say you can eat rice, but you can't eat rice. The book states you can't eat rice. You can't eat no grain or seeds. Let's read Leviticus 23. I'm going to show you with the book.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
Speak unto the children of Israel.
Speak unto the children of Israel.
And say
unto them, Concerning the feast of the Lord,
concerning the appointed times of God, really,
which ye shall proclaim to be holy
which ye
convocations.
shall proclaim to be holy convocations,
Even these are my feasts.
even these are my feasts.
6 days shall work be done.
6 days shall work be done,
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest,
but the 7th day is the Sabbath of rest.
a holy convocation.
A holy convocation, a holy gathering.
You shall do no work therein.
You shall do no work therein.
It is the Sabbath of the Lord in all your dwellings. These are the feasts of the Lord.
These are the feasts of the Lord.
Even holy convocations.
Even holy
Which
convocations,
ye shall proclaim in
which
their
you shall
season.
proclaim in their seasons.
In the 14th day of the first
In
month,
the 14th day of the first month,
at even
is
is the Lord's
the
Passover.
Lord's Passover.
And on the 15th day of the same month is the feast of unleavened bread
Uh-huh.
unto the Lord.
Uh-huh.
7 days ye must eat unleavened bread.
7 days you must eat unleavened bread. So we gotta bake bread and we gotta eat bread for 7 days. Go ahead.
In the first day ye shall have a holy convocation.
The first day is a holy convocation, a holy gathering.
Ye shall do no servile work therein.
No servile work. What is servile work? The Hebrew word for servile work is meleket aboda. Meleket aboda. The root word for meleket is melaka. Melaka means work, labor, or business. Right? Aboda is abad, means to serve. Go ahead.
But ye shall offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord 7 days.
Uh-huh.
And the 7th day is a holy convocation.
Uh-huh.
You shall do no servile work therein.
Uh-huh.
The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When ye be come into the land which I give unto you, and shall reap the harvest thereof, then ye shall bring a sheaf of the first fruits of your harvest unto the
sheep for the
priest.
first fruits unto the priest.
And he shall wave the sheep before the Lord.
Now, the sheep for the first fruits is not going to be burnt on the altar. These are things that's waved before God.
To be accepted for you.
To be accepted for you.
On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it.
On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest is going to wave it.
And you shall offer that day when he waved the sheep, a he lamb without blemish.
A he lamb without blemish of the first year.
For a burnt offering unto the Lord.
Uh-huh.
The meat offering thereof shall be 2 tenth deals of fine flour.
2 tenth deals of fine flour.
Mingled with oil.
Mingled with oil.
Offering made
by fire.
Unto the Lord.
For a sweet Savior.
And the drink
offering thereof.
Shall be of wine.
Shall be of wine. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me we have wine? So you mean to tell me that
wine is fermented.
Wine is fermented. And it sours.
But it's not leavened.
But it ain't leavened.
Teach.
And God is not talking about fermented and sour. There's 2 words. Kametz and kamatz. When you read it in the Hebrew, it's talking about kametz. And nowhere in the Hebrew says kamatz. Kamatz means to sour. Kametz is leavened.
Big difference.
Kametz is leavened.
Big difference.
Tamshi.
And ye shall eat neither bread, nor parched corn,
and
nor green
okay,
ears.
so now this is where I want to get to. And ye shall eat neither bread. The Hebrew word for bread is lechem, not matzot. It's lechem. Lechem is bread with yeast. You cannot eat lechem, which is bread, nor parched corn. Parched corn is kwali. Kwali means roasted or parched grains. You can't eat roasted or parched grains, nor green ears. Green ears is cardamel. Cardamel is fresh grains and green wheat.
Fresh grains, that's where the rice comes from.
And this is why I don't eat rice.
Barley.
I said, this is why I don't eat rice. This is why I don't eat barley.
Grains.
That's why I don't eat no grains, no type of grains during the 7 days of the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
This is why.
This is why. It's not only pertaining to leaven. We can't eat no type of grains during that 7 days, during the space of those 7 days. He said, until the self-same day that ye have brought an offering unto your God. And that offering don't comes till after the end of the 7th day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread.
Right.
At the end of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the 7th day, then on the 8th day, that's when the offering goes up. Now I can go back to eating my grains and my parched corn and my roasted grains and my fresh green wheat and fresh grains. Now I can eat that.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
It shall be a statute forever.
Now cut that. Let's go to Exodus 12. Exodus 12, verse 15. Got it?
Exodus 12, verse 15. 7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread.
7 days shall ye eat unleavened bread.
Even the first day.
Even the first day.
You shall put away leaven.
You shall put away leavened. All right? Let's dig out the word and what it says for leaven. Seor. The word for leaven is seor. Okay? Seor. You have to put out all leaven
out of your house.
Out of your houses.
For whosoever.
Right? You don't have to put out the grains. You don't have to put out the grains and the seeds and the nuts and the beans because it ain't leaven. It can stay in your house. You just cannot eat it. Why we can't eat it? Because God told us that we should not be eating quali with quadmel until the offering goes up at the end of the 7th day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Okay? Tamshi.
For whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the 7th day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel.
That soul shall be cut off from Israel. Okay, go ahead, read.
And in the first day, there shall be a holy convocation. And in the 7th day.
What's the word for cut? Okay, nikrita. Nikrita means to be estranged, to be alienated, to deny, to be betrayed. Go ahead. Now, there are certain things that we can do in our life that we can alienate ourselves from God. Mm-hmm. We can estrange ourselves from God. Tamshi.
And in the first day, there shall be a holy convocation. And in the 7th day, there shall be a holy convocation to you. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat. That
okay.
Only.
Now, wait, read that over. What verse is that?
16.
Okay. And in the first day, there shall be a holy convocation. And on the 7th day,
there shall be a
holy convocation. No manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat. So let's say the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread falls on a Monday. I will be able to cook on Monday. Only what I'm going to eat. Mm-hmm. So if the first day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread comes on Shabbat, you can't cook because nothing supersedes the rules and the regulations of the Shabbat. You cannot cook on Shabbat. Not because it's the Feast of Unleavened Bread on Shabbat, and it says here, save which every man here shall eat, means you can cook on Shabbat. No, the rules of the Shabbat stands. So this year, the Feast of Unleavened Bread will fall on Sunday, which is Saturday night. Yes, you can cook on Sunday, and you can prepare only what you're going to eat. Tamshi. So, Sukkot, Feast of Blowing of the Trumpets. No, you can't cook. No. Because it never stated you can cook. It only stated that you can cook on the first and the last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Not because it's a feast means you can cook. It doesn't tell you that. It says no servile work, which means melaka and abad. No meleket aboda. And cooking is work. But the only reason why we can cook on the first and the last day of the Feast of Unleavened Bread is because God says so. God said you can do it. So therefore, people have been cooking on Yom Teruah. People have been cooking on Sukkot. And they say they can cook because it's a feast. But they can't show you where God said you can cook. Like it says here, concerning the Feast of Unleavened Bread. So therefore, I do not cook on no other day, only on the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Because God, I read it here where God said you can do these things. Tamshi.
And you shall observe the feast of unleavened bread. For in this same day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. The first month on the 14th day of the month. Verse 18.
Verse 18. In the
first month on the 14th day of the month
at even,
you shall eat unleavened bread.
You shall eat unleavened bread
until the 21st day of the month at even.
Tom, see?
7 days shall there be no leaven
7
found
days
in your houses.
Shall there be no leaven where?
Found in your houses. For whosoever eateth that which is leavened,
which is seor, it has there. But whosoever eats that which is leavened, mak mezet. The root word is kametz, not kamatz. Kametz is leaven. Kamatz is sour. Nowhere in the book you're going to see where it refers to anything that is sour. And it can't mean sour because they had wine. And wine ferments and it sours.
Thank you, brother.
So God can't be talking about sour or ferment.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Tom, see?
That which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel, whether he be a stranger or born in the land. Verse 20. You shall eat nothing leavened.
You shall eat nothing leavened, which is kametz.
In all your habitation shall ye eat unleavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them.
Okay, cut that. Let's go into the Apocrypha. We're going to end it out in the Apocrypha. We're going to go to. I took my paper out. How do I do that? I don't know what chapter I am. Huh? No, I think it was in Second Esdras. Second Esdras, chapter. Well, the first day falls on Sunday. That's the first day. So you count 7 days: Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Saturday will be the last day. Saturday will be the last day. The 8th day will be Sunday. That's the 8th day.
Don't you know what the first day is? Count 7 days from
right from the first day where the Feast of Unleavened Bread comes in at. You count 7 days, and then all right. Damn, well, I lost my damn chapter. Let's go to this. All right, let's go to the second book of Ezra, chapter 1.
Second Esdras, chapter 1, in the book in the Apocrypha. The second book of the prophet Esdras, the son of Sarias, the son of Azarias, the son of Hilkias, the son of Sadamias, the son of Zadok, the son of Achitob, the son of Achias, the son of Phinehas, the son of Heli, the son of Amarias, the son of Azib, the son of Marimoth, the son of Arnab, the son of Ozias, the son of Borith, the son of Abishai, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron of the tribe of Levi, which was captive in the land of the Medes, in the reign of Artaxerxes, king of the Persians. And the word of the Lord came unto me, saying,
the word of God came unto who? Ezra.
Go thy way,
go your way,
and show my people their sinful deeds.
Show my people their sinful deeds.
And their children their wickedness.
And their children their wickedness.
Which they have done against me.
Which they have done against me. So it was Ezra's job to go towards the people and show them where they are going wrong at with God. It was his job to point the people false out where they are going wrong at with God. Go ahead.
that they may tell their children's children. Verse 6, because the sins of the fathers are increased in
Because
them.
the sins of the fathers are increasing them. The only way you can put a stop to the sins of your fathers being increased in you, you have to be a breach. You have to draw the line. If you ain't drawing the line, being the repair of the breach, which means you have to hold yourself back from doing things that is contrary from what God said, then the sins of the fathers will not be increased in you. Tom C.
Because the sins of their fathers are increased in them, but they have forgotten me.
They have
and have
forgotten me
offered unto strange
and
gods.
offered unto strange gods.
And not I even he
And
that
not I even he
that brought them out of
that
the land
brought
of
them
Egypt,
out the land of Egypt.
from the house
The
of
nation
bondage.
of Israel served the Egyptians 430 years. Right? And God delivered these people out of the hand of the Egyptians. Go ahead.
2nd Ezra chapter 1, verse 7.
But they have provoked
But
me
they
unto
have
wrath and despised my counsels. Go ahead.
Verse 8. Pull thou off then the hair of thy head, and cast all evil upon them. But they have not been obedient unto my law.
But they have not obedient. They have not been obedient unto my laws. They have not obeyed my commandments.
But it is a rebellious people.
How
How long shall I forbear them into the whom I have done so much
long
good?
shall I forbear them? To forbear means to hold yourself back. Right? Go ahead.
Many kings have I destroyed for their sakes.
Many
Pharaoh.
kings have I destroyed for their sakes.
Pharaoh with his servants.
With his servants.
And all his power
And
have
all
I
his
smitten
power
down.
have I smitten down.
All the nations I have destroyed before them.
All the nations have I destroyed before them.
And in the east have I scattered the people of 2 provinces,
Mm-hmm.
even of Tyrus and Sidon, and have slain all their enemies. Speak thou therefore unto them, saying, thus saith the Lord, I led you through the sea, and in the beginning gave you a large and safe passage.
I led you through the sea, and in the beginning gave you a large and safe passage. When Moses was bringing the nation, and they met and they reached that Red Sea, Moses began to call on God. God turned to Moses and told Moses, he said, why are you calling me? He said, I have made you a God in the sight of the people. Go get the rod and split the sea. So when Moses took the rod, it says the east wind blew all night. That east wind split and parted that Red Sea. Okay? Go ahead, read.
I gave you light in a pillar of fire.
I
gave you Moses for a leader.
I gave you Moses for a leader.
And Aaron for a priest.
And Aaron for a priest.
I gave you light in a pillar of fire.
Remember when we was in the wilderness? And that pillar of fire led us through the wilderness.
It's called a beacon.
Go ahead.
And great wonders have I done among you.
have I done among you.
Yet have ye forgotten me, saith the Lord.
So everything that God did, we took it and we cast it. Took it for granted and we cast it behind our backs. Go ahead.
Thus said the Almighty Lord, the quails were as a token to you.
The quails was a token to you.
I gave you tents for your safeguard. Nevertheless, ye murmured there.
We cried and cried out to God about us being hungry. And what God did, God rained quails. Quails, he gave us manna. He commanded Moses to strike the rock and gave us water. But we took all that lightly. Go ahead.
I gave you tents for your safeguard. Nevertheless, ye murmured there, and triumphed not in my name for the destruction of your enemies. But ever to this day do ye yet murmur. Where are the benefits that I have done for you, when ye were hungry and thirsty in the wilderness, and did not cry unto me, saying, why hast thou brought us into this wilderness to kill us? It had been better for us to have served the Egyptians than to die in this wilderness. Then had I pity upon your mournings, and gave you manna to eat. So ye did eat angels' bread. When you
Go ahead.
When you were thirsty.
See, I gave you manna to eat and you ate angels' bread. That's a metaphor. You know why I say that's a metaphor? Because the angels don't eat.
Right.
The angels don't eat.
We eat.
Why God called the angels bread? Because it fell from heaven.
It came from where they
It
dwell.
came from heaven. God dropped bread from heaven to feed ungodly people because they continue to murmur and complain instead of putting their trust in God.
Right.
Go ahead.
When ye were thirsty, did I not cleave the rock and waters flowed out to your
He
belly?
said, when you was thirsty, he said, I gave you water to drink. Read.
For the heat, I covered you with the leaves of the trees.
Mm-hmm.
I divided among you a fruitful land.
What verse you at?
21.
Go ahead.
I divided among you a fruitful land. I cast out the Canaanites.
I cast out the Canaanites,
and
the Perizzites, the Philistines.
Before you.
Uh-huh.
What shall I yet do more for you?
What do I need to do for you to prove to you that I'm for you? Huh? That's why you hear some. I was watching a movie, and the wife goes to the husband and says, "You don't love me." So the husband goes and says, "Well, what more do I need to do to prove to you that I do love you? I do this for you. I do this over here for you. I did this here for you. I did that over here for you." Which means what? We as a people is never satisfied. We're never satisfied. Regardless of what God did for us, we're never satisfied. Tom sheet.
Thus saith the Almighty Lord, when you were in the wilderness and in the river of the Amorites, being athirst and blaspheming my name, I gave you not fire for your blasphemies, but cast a tree in the water and made the river sweet.
Cast a tree in the water and made it sweet. Tom sheet.
What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob? Thou, Judah, wouldest not obey me.
Mm-hmm.
I will turn me to other nations, and unto those will I give my name.
So that's all God is looking for. Because of what I did for you, Israel, I need you to obey me and hearken. Now, because we decided and we came to the conclusion that we ain't going to obey God, what did God do? He gave his whoop.
I will turn me to other nations.
He said, I done turned to other nations.
And unto those will I give my name.
I turned to other people and I gave them what?
My name.
And I gave them my name. So that's why you have the Jewish people.
Don't hate.
That's why. Why? And why? Because when we had it,
we threw it away.
We threw it away. We didn't want it.
So don't get mad.
So God gave his name and his glory to a people that knows how to treat God. Or maybe they ain't treating God right, but he still won't turn to another people. Why? Because you didn't desire it. You didn't want God. You abandoned him. You forsook him. Tom sheet.
Seeing ye have forsaken me, I will forsake you also.
Seeing you forsook me, I will forsake you. See, go ahead.
When ye desire me to be gracious unto you, I shall have no mercy upon you.
What verse you at?
26.
Go ahead.
Whensoever ye shall call upon me, I will not hear you. For ye have defiled your hands with blood, and your feet are swift to commit manslaughter. Ye have not, as it were, forsaken me, but your own selves, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Almighty Lord, have I not prayed you as a father his sons, as a mother her daughters, and a nurse her young babes, that ye would be my people, and I should be your God, and ye would be my children, and I should be your father. I gathered you together as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wings. But now, what shall I do unto you? I will cast you out from my face. When ye offer unto me, I will turn my face from you. For your solemn feast days.
He said, when you offer up to me, he said, God said, I'm going to turn my back. He said, I'm going to turn my back to you. We don't do offerings no more. What we do is send up prayers. So when we send up our prayers, God is going to ignore your prayer. Go ahead, because we ignored God. We forsook God. So because we forsook God, we abandoned God, he's going to abandon us. Tom sheet.
When ye offer unto me, I will turn my face from you. For your solemn feast days, your new moons, and your circumcisions have I forsaken. I sent unto you my servants, the prophets, whom ye have taken. Verse 32.
Go ahead.
I sent unto you my servants, the prophets, whom ye have taken and slain, and torn their bodies in pieces, whose blood I will require of your hands, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Almighty Lord, your house is desolate. I will cast you out as the wind doth stubble.
What house? Jerusalem. Jerusalem. It's desolate. There's no one there now. Why? Because God done cast us out of our own land because of how we dealt with him. Because we have forsaken his laws. We forsook the things that God told us to uplift and glorify. Go ahead.
Verse 34. And your children shall not be fruitful, but they have despised my commandment and done the thing that is an evil before me. Your houses will I give to a people that shall come, which not having heard of me, yet shall believe me.
Which never had, look, God said, I'm going to give this to a people that's going to come. They ain't never heard of me. He said, but when they hear, they going to believe. All they got to do is hear. That I ain't got to have to show them no proof. I ain't got to shake this up. I ain't got to split nothing. All they got to do is hear and they going to believe. Us, we got to continue to prove. Proof. And you show proof, they want more proof. And I want
show proof, you don't believe it.
And then when you show the person proof, they don't believe it. Go ahead.
To whom I have showed no signs, yet they shall do that I have commanded them. They have seen no prophets, yet they shall call their sins to remembrance and acknowledge them.
They have seen no prophets, but yet they have called their sins to what?
To remembrance.
To remembrance.
And acknowledge them.
And they acknowledge them. This is the beginning of changing your ways.
Never stop doing that.
You're never going to forget the things that you've done that was contrary to the laws of God. You don't cast your sins behind your back like you ain't never did it. Listen, God is showing you the way. King David never did it. Well, I don't live that way no more. That's the past. King David ain't said that. He still remembered his faults. That's why he walked before God being guilty. That's not the way. Well, I don't live that way no more. I don't live that way. That's the past. God said, once I walk upright, you don't think King David knew that? That once he walks upright before God and trains, that his past will be forgotten? But he ain't bank on that. I said he didn't move on that. He didn't bank on that. He still remembered his iniquities and the things that he had done that had caused and brought evil upon him. Now you read it again in Ezra. So I read.
Verse 37. I take to witness the grace of the people to come, whose little ones rejoice in gladness. And though they have not seen me with bodily eyes, yet in spirit they believe the thing that I say. And now, brother, behold what glory, and see the people that come from the east.
What verse you at?
39.
Go ahead.
Unto whom I will give believers. Abraham, Isaac,
Jacob,
Hosea, Amos, Micaiah, Joel, Abdias, and Jonas, Nahum, Habakkuk, Zephaniah, Haggai, Zechariah,
go to the next chapter. 2nd Ezra chapter 2.
Thus saith the Lord, I brought this people out of bondage.
I brought this people out of bondage.
And I gave them my commandments. By men servants, the prophets.
By my servants, the prophets.
Whom they would not hear.
But
despised my counsel.
Despised my counsels. Go ahead.
The mother that bare them saith unto them, go your way, ye children, for I am a widow and forsaken.
He said, the mother that bore them, told them to go your way, ye children. For I am a widow and forsaken. Go ahead.
I brought you up with gladness. But with sorrow and heaviness have
what mother they talking about? It ain't talking about your actual mother. It's talking about Jerusalem. Go ahead. I brought you up with gladness.
But with sorrow and heaviness.
Have I lost you.
Well, you
cry now. She said, I lost you because you refuse to take heed and obey what God said. So because you refuse to take heed and obey what God said, God has cast you out. So now Jerusalem is left desolate. Go ahead.
For ye have sinned
He has
before the
sinned
Lord your
before the
God,
Lord your God.
and done that thing that is evil before him.
Tom sheep.
But what shall I now do unto you?
What shall I now do unto you?
I am a widow and
Uh-huh.
forsaken. Go your way, O my children, and ask mercy of the Lord.
Go your way, O my children, and go ask and beg for the mercy of God. Go and ask and beg for the mercy of God. Tom sheep.
As for me, O Father, I
Uh-huh.
call upon thee for a witness over the mother of these children, which would not keep my covenant, that thou bring them to confusion.
Uh-oh.
And
Because we refused to keep the covenant of God, God is going to bring upon us confusion. What is the confusion that God has brought upon the people? When we read a law, we read it and we say it don't mean that. This is what it means. And we add on and then we take away from what we read. God has confused us. Go ahead.
And their mother to a spoil, that there may be no offspring of them.
Tom sheep.
Let them be scattered abroad among the heathen.
Let them be scattered abroad among the heathen.
Let their names be put out of the earth. But they have despised my covenant.
They have despised my covenant.
Woe be unto thee,
Woe
Ashur.
be unto thee, Ashur.
Thou that hidest the unrighteous in thee. O thou wicked people, remember what I did unto Sodom and Gomorrah.
O thou wicked people. He said, remember what I did to Sodom and Gomorrah. Read.
Whose land lieth in the clods of pitch and heaps of ashes.
Up until this day.
That's right.
God has destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, with fire and brimstones. And up until this day, that land is, you can't live in that land. You can't live on that place.
Take it in land, you get tar.
That's right. Read.
Even so also will I do unto them that hear me not, saith the Almighty Lord. Thus saith the Lord unto Ezra, tell my people that I will give them the kingdom of Jerusalem,
the kingdom of Jerusalem,
which I would have given unto Israel. Their glory also will I take unto me, and give these the everlasting tabernacles which I had prepared for them. They shall have the tree of life for an ornament of sweet savior. They shall neither labor nor be weary. Go, and you shall receive. Pray for few days unto you, that day may be shortened. The kingdom is already prepared for you. Watch. Take heaven and earth to witness, for I have broken the evil in pieces and created the good. For I live, saith the Lord. Mother.
He said, take heaven and earth to witness. For I have broken the evil in pieces and created the good. For I live, saith the Lord. Go ahead.
Mother, embrace thy
children.
And bring them up with
gladness.
Make their feet as fast
as a pillar.
For I have chosen thee, saith the Lord.
I have chosen thee, saith the Lord.
And those that be dead will I raise up again from their places.
And bring them out of their graves. That didn't happen yet. God already said King David is going back on the throne. Go ahead.
For I have known my name in Israel.
He said, for my name is only known within the nation of Israel. Go ahead.
Not thou mother of the children, for I have chosen thee, saith the Lord.
He said, fear not, thou mother of the children, for I have chosen thee, saith the Lord.
For thy help will I send my servants Esau and Jeremiah, after whose counsel I have sanctified and prepared for thee 12 trees laden with diverse fruits. And as many fountains flowing with milk and honey, and 7 mighty mountains, whereupon there grow roses and lilies, whereby I will fill thy children with joy. Do right to the widow. Do right to the widow. A widow is a woman, her husband died and she stayed to herself. He said, do right to the widow. Go ahead. Judge for the fatherless. Judge for the fatherless, because the fatherless don't have a protector. The fatherless don't have a father. So you have to become that father figure. You have to judge for him, because people have a tendency of taking advantage of the fatherless. Yes. Go ahead. Give to the poor. Give to the poor. Go ahead. Defend the orphan. Defend the orphan. An orphan is a child that don't have a father or a mother.
Said defend the orphan. Read.
Clothe the naked.
Clothe the naked.
Heal the broken.
When you are in need of clothes, you ain't got to walk around with no clothes. You see the person is in need. Take it upon yourself to buy and get it. Go ahead.
Heal the broken and the weak.
Heal the broken and the weak.
Laugh not.
What do you mean by healing the broken and weak? Sometimes we just need someone to talk to. Sometimes you may need someone to talk to or some sound advice. Don't get tired of that. When you see a person needs some type of advice or needs someone to talk to, don't be ashamed to step to the person and say, man, you okay? Do you need someone to talk to? You want to talk about something? Come on, let's talk. And you give them wise and joyful words so that, hoping that your words will heal them. You say heal the broken and weak, which means with your words, you can either break a person. With those words, you can strengthen a person.
Yeah.
With your words, you can break a person's spirits. With your words, you can build strength in them. So that's why we have to choose our words wisely. Say, heal the broken and weak.
Laugh not a lame man to scorn.
Laugh not a lame man to scorn. You don't laugh at people's deformities. If a person is deformed, you don't laugh at that. Crippled, you don't laugh at those things. Go ahead.
Defend the maimed.
Defend the maimed. The dude is in the wheelchair. Stick up for him. The dude got one leg. Stick up for him. Maybe he got one arm. Stick up for him. Defend the maimed. Read.
And let the blind man come into the sight of my cleanness.
Teach the law clearly. Explain the law according to what it says in the book, not according to what you think or how you feel. Go ahead.
Keep the old and young within thy walls.
Keep the old and young within your walls.
Whosoever thou findest, wheresoever thou findest today, take them and bury them, and I will give thee the first place in my resurrection.
And I will give thee first place in my resurrection. What is a resurrection?
Hold on, my mom. Make a lie. To make a lie.
But people said none of that counts.
To make a lie. That's what it is.
There will be a resurrection, though. But that resurrection is only for the godly. That is the recompense that God, that's the payback to the godly that have sacrificed for the laws, commandments, and the statutes of the living God. Is all through the book. In other words, the quickening that King David has spoke about. All through the Psalms, you see where King David spoke about that. That's right.
Verse 24. 2nd Ezra chapter 2, verse 24. Abide still, O my people, and take thy rest, for thy quietness still come. Nourish thy children, O thou good nurse, establish their feet. As for the servants whom I have given thee, there shall not one of them perish, for I will require them from among thy number. Be not weary, for when the day of trouble and heaviness cometh, others shall weep and be sorrowful, but thou shalt be merry and have abundance. The heathen shall envy thee, but they shall be able to do nothing against thee, saith the Lord. My hands shall cover thee, so that thy children shall not see hell. Be joyful, O thou mother, with thy children, for I will deliver thee, saith the Lord. Remember thy children that sleep, for I shall bring them out of the sides of the earth, and show mercy unto them. For I am merciful, saith the Almighty, the Lord Almighty. And
cut that. Go to Ecclesiastes. Ecclesiastes chapter 18. Ecclesiastes chapter 18.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 18. He that liveth forever hath created all things in general.
He that liveth forever. I said, he that liveth forever created all things in general. That's God. Go ahead.
The Lord only is righteous.
The Lord only is righteous.
And there is none other but
And there
He.
is none other but He. There's only one God. There's only one God and one prescribed way to live. Go ahead.
Who governeth the world with the palm of His hand.
The world with the palm of His hand.
In all things obey His will.
And all things obey His will except for mankind. Everything obey God except for us. Man and woman. We don't obey God. But everything else that God created obeys God. Tom C.
For He is the King of all. By His power, dividing holy things among them from profane.
So God is doing the division. God is doing the separation. And He's going to divide. He's going to divide and separate the holy from the profane. He's going to divide and separate the ones that have made their mind up to serve God from the ones that have not made their mind up to serve God. He's going to divide. Go ahead.
To whom hath He given power to declare His works?
Nobody. Nobody has the power to declare and explain Genesis 1. That's the works of God. You don't have the power to explain that. Your explanation is not even, we haven't even hit the summit or the tip of the iceberg with these explanations. Go ahead.
And who shall find out His noble acts? Verse 5. Who shall number the strength of His majesty? And who shall also tell out His mercies? As for the wondrous works of the Lord, there may nothing be taken from them, neither may anything be put unto them, neither can the ground of them be found out.
Tom C.
Verse 7. When a man had done,
then he begin it.
And when he leave it
off,
then he shall be doubtful.
Tom C.
What is man?
He said, what is man?
And whereto serveth he?
And whereto serveth he?
What is his good?
What is his good?
And what is his evil?
And what is his evil?
The number of a man's days at the most are 100 years.
100 years. If you make it to 100. If you make it to 100. Tom C.
As a drop of water unto the sea, and a gravel stone in comparison of the sand, so are 1,000 years to the days of eternity.
Nothing.
It's another year.
That's it.
Therefore is God patient with them, and poureth forth His mercy upon them.
Therefore is God patient with them, and poureth forth His mercy upon them. The Creator has realized that we will be faulty. We're gonna err. We're gonna violate. We're gonna mess up. So because of God realizing that, He has poured out His mercy. Okay, go ahead.
He saw and perceived their end to be evil.
He saw and perceived their end to be evil. He see your end is going to be evil, so He increased His mercy. Go ahead.
Therefore, He multiplied His compassion. The mercy of man is toward his neighbor.
The mercy of man is towards his neighbor. We need to be mercy or show mercy to each other. I said we need to show more mercy to each other, which means we need to ease up sometimes. Not all the time I gotta answer it with aggression. Not all the time I gotta be all volatile and violent, because that's not what Ezra and this is not what God like. I said this is not what God like. God said the mercy of man is towards your neighbor, but the mercy of God,
the mercy of the Lord is upon
the mercy of God is upon all flesh. We show mercy to each other, but God don't only show mercy to us, He shows mercy to everybody.
Everybody.
He shows mercy to all. Tom C.
He reprove it.
He reprove it.
And nurture it.
He reprove it. He corrects.
And teach
and
it.
He nurture. What it means to nurture? To care for by encouraging the growth of. Okay? Nurture is also upbringing. Tom C.
And teach it and bring it again as a shepherd his flock. He had mercy on them that receive discipline.
He had mercy on them that receives discipline. Now we see how God is able to have mercy upon us. God will only have mercy upon a person that is able to receive correction.
Acknowledgement.
You are able to be corrected without without bucking it, without being a scorner. You gotta be able to, somebody gotta be able to tell you, listen, man, you did wrong. You shouldn't have did that. Boom, 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 boom.
There you go.
You don't catch feelings.
And not feel no way.
He didn't argue with the prophet.
No,
He get mad at me.
he didn't argue with the prophets. And he
speaking.
acknowledged his violation. And when you are able to acknowledge your faults, now you are able to be corrected. The reason why you can't be corrected because you refuse to acknowledge that you was wrong. Go ahead.
He had mercy on them that receive discipline.
He had mercy on them that receives discipline
and that diligently seek after his judgment.
and that diligently seek after his judgments. Read.
My son, blemish not thy good deed.
Oh man, my son, blemish not your good deeds. You had a streak of doing good, and you blemished it by doing that. You done messed up your whole streak by talking like that, by saying this, by moving like that, by doing the other. You was doing good. You was doing good.
Kill streak on.
And you done messed up the whole streak.
Messed up the kill streak.
Go ahead.
Neither use uncomfortable words.
Uh-oh. What verse is that?
Verse 15.
Neither what?
Neither use uncomfortable words.
Neither use uncomfortable words
when thou givest
when
anything.
you give anything.
That's not right.
I'm giving you,
I'm talking down.
but I'm talking down on you.
That's not right. I don't want it
Now I don't want it.
now. You keep it.
Now I don't want it.
Talking to me like that.
Tom She.
Shall not the dew assuage the heat?
Shall not the dew assuage the heat?
So is a word better than a gift.
So is a word way better than a gift. Tom She.
Lo, is not a word better than a gift?
Uh-huh.
Both are with a gracious man.
He said, lo, is not a word better than a gift? He said, but both are with a gracious man.
Both come from a gracious man.
Okay, go ahead.
A fool will upbraid churlishly.
A fool will upbraid churlishly. What does upbraid mean? Upbraid means to criticize, to scold vehemently, intensely, forcibly expressed.
Too much.
You're going overboard.
That's too much.
It's too much. Just say what you got to say and leave it. Go ahead.
And the gift of the envious consumeth the eyes.
Okay, go ahead.
Verse 19.
Mhm.
Learn before thou speak.
Before you say anything, before you speak, learn and understand what took place. Go ahead.
And use physic, or ever thou be sick.
You know what physic is? Physics is herbs, medicine. Medicine. Don't wait till you get sick to start jumping on the medicine.
Too late.
Eat the garlic before you get sick so that it prevents you from getting sick. Tom She.
Before judgment, examine thyself.
Before judgment, examine yourself. Before you start judgment and boom, boom, recognize that I have done the same.
Look in the mirror.
Look in the mirror. Go and look in the mirror. Go ahead.
And in the day of visitation, thou shalt find mercy.
In the day of visitation, God will have mercy upon you. If you do that. Which means when you recognize that I have done the same, I'm going to go easy on you. Yeah, I'm going to charge you, but I'm not going to go ham and go crazy. He said, man, I see myself. I'm doing the same thing. I did the same thing before. He said, but you wrong, man. Don't do that, man. God said, examine yourself before you come down on that one.
Right.
Before you come down on people, go look in the mirror.
How would you like if God come down on you?
That's right. Tom She.
Humble thyself before thou be sick.
Humble thyself before thou be sick.
And in the time
Humble yourself before you be sick.
Don't wait till you get sick.
Don't wait till you get sick to humble yourself. Don't wait till you get shot to humble yourself. Don't wait till God put you in the hospital to humble yourself. Don't wait till you go into jail
break yourself down.
to humble yourself.
Wait till you get a case.
Humble yourself before the evil days.
You ain't got a case.
Go ahead.
And in the time of sins, show repentance.
In the time of sins, show repentance. Do better. Do better. Read.
Let nothing hinder thee to pay thy vow in due time, and defer not until death to be justified. Before thou prayest, prepare thyself.
Before thou prayest, prepare thyself. You cannot go up and recite and say prayers and you ain't prepared. You have not prepared yourself to be praying.
Let alone a 5-year-old praying for me.
Our prayers should be said according to the Psalms. Psalms of David.
That's right.
Look in the Chronicles. We don't go before God and make up prayers.
No.
The prayers was already
It's already made for
it's
us.
already made for us.
David made the prayers for us.
Confession. Right, you can do that.
That's what he said.
Tom Sheep.
Think upon the wrath that shall be at the end, and the time of vengeance, when he shall turn away his face.
Think upon the wrath that comes at the end.
And the time
What's
of
going to
vengeance.
happen to me at my end?
Think about that.
When you think about your end, you will walk upright before God. Oh, you're going to walk upright.
You realize you're going to be in that bed soon?
That's right. Tom Sheep.
And the time of vengeance, when he shall turn away his face. When thou hast enough,
When thou hast enough,
remember the time of hunger.
when you have enough, remember that it came upon the time that you didn't have.
Don't forget.
Don't forget.
Don't forget.
Tom Sheep.
That's right. And remember the time of hunger, and when thou art rich, think upon poverty and need.
Tom Sheep.
From the morning until the evening, the time is changed.
Uh-huh.
And all things are soon
So
done
before
the
God.
Lord.
Uh-huh.
A wise man will fear in everything, and in the day
A
of
wise man will fear in everything. They're not choosy with what to fear. Now I fear here, but I won't fear to do this. I fear over here, but I won't fear to do this. You fear in all aspects. Go ahead.
And in the day of sinning, he will beware of offense.
In the day of sinning, he will beware of offense.
But a fool will not observe time.
Uh-huh.
Verse 28, every man of understanding knoweth wisdom,
Every man of understanding knoweth wisdom,
and will give praise unto him that found her.
and will give praise unto him that found her.
They that were of understanding in sayings became also wise themselves.
They that were of understanding and saying, you understood the sayings, but they was wise themselves because they was able to understand these sayings. Tom Sheep.
And poured forth exquisite parables.
Uh-huh.
Go not after thy lust,
Go not after thy lust.
but refrain thyself from thine appetites.
Refrain thyself from thine appetite, from your
Yourself.
desires,
Control yourself.
from your pleasures.
Control
Refrain yourself from
Pleasure.
these things and
Pleasure.
hold yourself back.
Pleasure.
Everything that you desire and you pleasure in, you cannot give to yourself.
Give to you, right?
So you have to refrain yourself from these
And
things.
spoil the spirit.
Tom Sheep.
If thou givest thy soul the desires that please her,
Uh-huh.
she will make thee a laughing stock
Uh-huh.
to thine enemies that malign thee.
Uh-huh.
Take not
Now, a laughing stock to what?
to thine enemies
To thine enemies
that malign thee.
that malign thee. You know what malign means? Malign means evil in nature. Evil in nature, influence, and effect. What is influence? Influence can have an effect on the condition or development of your nature, of your character, which your nature is an inherent character, a settled habit. Go ahead, read.
Take not pleasure in much good cheer, neither be tied to the expense thereof.
Take not pleasure in much good cheer, neither be tied in the expense thereof. Go ahead.
Be not made a beggar by banqueting upon borrowing.
Be not made a beggar by banqueting upon borrowing. What is banqueting? Ceremonious meal. You done borrowed and borrowed and borrowed. You done borrowed enough to where I could give a feast. And you done gave a feast or for borrowing money. Go ahead.
When thou hast nothing in thy purse, but thou shalt lie in wait for thine own life and be talked on.
And with that, I hope I already got what was bought. Before I come down, I want to ask, do anybody have any questions? If you don't have any questions, then I'm going to come down and call up the next speaker. I hope everybody has gotten what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And of course, the next speaker, teaching D. Chief Mikhail.
People mad at you, bro. They don't like you talking bad about Moses. Now people watching.
Come on. Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside thee. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girt with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry cease, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king and exalt the horn of his anointing. Hallelujah. Repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
to the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy of the thousands of them that love me,
and show mercy of the thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold guiltless that take his name in vain.
Remember the Sabbath day,
Remember the Sabbath day,
to keep it holy.
keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
For the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work.
thou shalt not do any work.
Thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy manservant,
nor thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gate.
nor thy stranger that's within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the seas,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
the rest is the Sabbath day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
for thy days may be long upon the land which Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that thy neighbor's.
Shavu. And all the people saw the thunderings, and the lightnings, and the noise of the trumpet, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God is come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near unto the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall ye make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. For if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. I bid y'all tell them about forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
We're going to move straight ahead now to 1 Chronicles. 1 Chronicles 28. Start from verse 9.
1 Chronicles chapter 28.
Verse 9.
First Chronicles chapter 28. Verse. Okay.
Got it?
Going to verse 9. Got it.
Chronicles.
First Chronicles chapter 28, verse 9. And thou, Solomon, my son, know thou the God of thy father.
The God of your father.
Mm.
He's talking to Solomon. He said, the God of your father. The God that your father served is the true and living God. He's talking about David.
That's right.
David is gone. He's dead.
That's right.
But he set a legacy for those that walk in his footsteps. He left a path towards God. He left a way, an easy way, a way that you don't have to figure out. We just heard that you don't make up your own prayers. We recite the prayers that was in here that was made by David. Okay, why and how we know? Because we read in the history of the kings that 2 kings did this. Hezekiah was one of them. It said they praised God with the praises of who? Of David.
Right.
Where are the praises of David at? In the Psalms. David teaches us what to say and how to talk to God using his words.
Mm-hmm.
That's why God approved those songs, because they were songs to God. See, the first songs that a man ever sung was to God. It wasn't to a woman. It wasn't to the people. It wasn't for the hood. It was to God. It said, then men began to call upon the name of the Lord. serenata. I'm singing to her. She in the window, and I got a band outside, and I'm singing to her. This is why God said, "Love me." All that's supposed to go to Him. All the singing, all the songs, all the joy.
The song to my dance.
Who David danced for? Who David
God.
danced for? For God.
That's for God.
His wife said she was dancing for the females.
He
said,
said,
"No, I wasn't."
You dancing for, and that's what's going on in your head.
head,
Because
listen.
you have not changed your head towards God.
That's right.
So your mindset is different. And when you see me do things, you thinking about the maidens and the young woman. You have to change your mind towards God. Then you will, look. And if you don't understand what I'm doing towards God, just accept it. That's our problem. Oh, I don't understand that, so but you leave it alone. And you go over that chapter because you don't understand it. Or you bypass that teacher because he's not speaking what you like to hear. All of these things got to stop. Your pride is so high in you. You tell God what you're going to accept and not accept from God with your actions towards His commandments. You think you're getting rid of pride, but you're not. This man served God. That's the God of your father, Solomon. So what he said to him?
And thou, Solomon, my son, know thou the God of thy fathers.
Get to know Him. He said, know me.
That's
know the God of your fathers. Get to know the God that your father served. If your father served this God, get to know Him. Even more, because you have a jump up than a person who has a father who didn't serve God. So you have a father that served God, get to know God.
And serve Him with a perfect heart.
With a perfect heart.
And with a willing mind.
Do it because this is what you want to do. I cannot allow people in my team and they don't want to be here. When you are somewhere where you don't want to be, something's going to happen with you to get you away because you don't want to be here. And guess what? God don't want you here either if you don't want to be here. That's why the willing heart is something that I am doing because I want to do it. Okay? Nobody is forcing me to do this. Nobody is forcing me to get rid of the things I like and start incorporating the things God like. That's my sacrifice. As you can read, we read earlier today that God left Jerusalem desolate. He said the sacrifices dead. So what are people doing sacrificing now? God said your sacrifices will not be approved. How do God approve sacrifices? All sacrifices are approved one way.
That's right.
One way. Fire comes down from heaven and burns up the altar, everything up. That's how God accepted the sacrifices. Anytime you read in this book that these godly people sacrificed to God, God accepted the fire. That's why with Cain, he was like, oh, wait, ain't no fire coming? What's going on?
Things were pushed up.
In the time of Elijah, he poured water over all of it, to make trenches. The water filled up the trenches, all on the altar. He poured water all on the beast that's supposed to be sacrificed. God accepted that offering and looked at the fire was so hot, it dried out everything that was wet. So today, somebody's burning a goat or a bullock. Why no fire come down? Because we don't believe this book.
That's right.
God told the people, don't go because y'all messed up. If y'all go, the Amorites gonna beat you. They said, no, we gonna go. That's your problem right there. And they went and got beat and got chased.
That's right.
We read this book, but we really don't believe it. He said, and thou, Solomon, my son, know thou the God of thy father, and serve him with a perfect heart and with a willing mind. You know what the willing mind is? I already have in my mind how things are to me. How I look at it, that's how I deal with it. How I look at this situation, how I look at you is how I deal with you. If I hate you in here, I'm going to show it. I don't care how I try to hide it. It will be shown. Because when I get emotional, it's going to come up. I'm going to say things and put it in the air for you to hear it. Because I'm trying to get at you for some reason. I got a problem with you, and I want to show you that I'm better than you.
Womanly trait.
And that's man. And that's a womanly trait.
Woman trait.
That's man. All this stuff going on in my mind, that's why I can't serve God. That's why. I'm not giving my mind a chance. So I have to be willing. So when I'm going to hear things I don't like. Let me tell y'all something right now. In serving this God, in serving the true and living God, you are going to hear things about yourself.
That's right.
Okay?
That's right.
And if you have a heart, you're going to say, damn, that's me. Damn, I ain't know. You're going to realize how messed up you are. You're going to realize how wicked you are. You're going to realize how dirty your thoughts are. You're going to realize how you do make up imaginative thoughts on people. You do make up things on people because you go by it. You're going to realize that. And then you will be able to do all the things Chief Shama talk about. You're not going to be able to do none of this stuff Chief Shama talk about unless you perform the law first. You're not going to see none of that stuff. You're not going to see, oh, I got this in my heart. I got that in my heart. You got to do that law. Stop eating blood. Stop eating fat. Stop eating unclean. Wash. Do the washing laws. Look, there's rules to this day. People just finding out they can't cook on this day.
Yep.
There's Israelites cooking on this Shabbat right now, and they think it's okay. There's women walking around wearing pants, and they say it's okay.
So I can wear leggings.
You got them that eating. Look, man, y'all don't read this book, and y'all don't be believing it.
So I can wear
Okay?
leggings.
You can't wear leggings.
You can't.
Got some nerve.
Leggings is pants,
Got
shorts.
some nerve.
You can't even wear panties.
Got some nerve.
Panties, right? It's really pants, but it's very, very, very short. That's what it is, yes.
They add the suffix.
All right, and it's a suffix added to it, IES.
You gotta watch.
All right?
You gotta watch where your wife goes.
Okay.
Man.
So what did they wear?
So that's why they didn't wear panties.
What did they
They
wear?
had a wrap.
Girdles.
They had girdles.
Nuts.
They had girdles. So now the panties that you wear can't be put on like I put on my pants because I'm a man. It has to be wrapped. And they had panties. They had Victoria's Secret that you can tie up from the side. You can wear those because you do not put on your underwear the same as I put my pants on. Because if you take a man's pair of pants and cut it real, real short, what you got? What you got? They call it booty shorts. Those are panties. Those are panties. But they're made very thin for women. And that's why the women are not supposed to wear, if you got panties on, you still got pants on. Okay? Yeah, if you got panties on, you still got pants on. It said the prince, he said he loosened the girdle of who?
Of a maid.
Of a maid. Who he was talking about? Dinah. Dinah didn't have panties on. Dinah had on girdle. In Isaiah 3, that's why I told all the women 2 weeks ago, read Isaiah 3. It shows you what the woman wear. And it talks about a girdle. When you look it up, you will see that's what they wore. There's no room. There's no room for that there. Okay? The men wore linen breeches. Okay? Linen breeches. That was what we call today shorts. Short pants. But they didn't walk around in just the short pants.
Right.
They had it under the robe. Especially the priest, the high priest. It said in Exodus 20, he said, neither shalt thou go up by steps unto my altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Now he got the shorts on under this, right? Well, he's walking up the steps, because you got perverts that stand by the train station. And you know the long stairs, they stand up there and look up women's skirts and tape it and put it on YouTube.
No.
Yeah. They had things. They got weirdos like this. Look. God said, freaks, long before a train was ever made. He said, when you make my altar, see, the altars are as big as a building. And you got to go up to the top of it. So he said, when you make the altar, don't make it a steps. Because when you walking, I'm going to see your legs, priest. And your legs is your nakedness. Okay? The linen breeches was from the kneecaps on down. No, everything that I say, my father taught me and Chief Shammah. I'm not going to say nothing Chief Shammah not going to say. Chief Shammah ain't going to say nothing I'm not going to say. We were taught these things. Okay, so it's made. I'm coming back to it. I'm just letting everybody know. Okay. Now, it's from the waist to the kneecaps, to the bottom of your kneecaps. That's where it's at. Okay? Then you got your robe on. So, what is being revealed? From the bottom of my knees all the way down, the calves. So, that is a man's nakedness. Am I correct?
Right.
That's why he said, your nakedness be not discovered thereon.
That's right.
So yeah, we do a lot. We dress different. We eat different. We have to think different. We have to feel different. We have to react different. It's a job. This is a job. And you only gonna get it if you on it every day. Every day. You have to take time out for this. Or else you will not excel. You will not advance. God will not be able to show you more. Time sheet.
For the Lord searcheth all hearts and understanding all the imaginations of the thoughts.
In order for this is the reason why you got to serve God with a perfect heart and with a willing mind, because he looks in your heart. He looks inside of who you are. He looks in your spirit that he
looks
created.
at how you think.
He looks beyond the body that he created around your spirit. Okay? And understand it, all the imaginations of the thoughts.
Understand.
So you can't hide nothing from God.
Can't hide nothing from God.
If you can't hide, you can't hide your body from God. You can't hide your thoughts. You can't hide your feelings.
You don't even know what you're going to think.
God knows what you're going to say. God will tell you every word you say tomorrow. Right now.
What you going to think tomorrow?
He said, man prepared his heart, but God directed his steps.
That's right.
I could plan all of this and all of this, but God said, man, I got you slated to die tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
So all your works go to naught when you die.
That's right. That's right.
So you got to be ready, because he's searching. He said, and understanding all the imaginations of the thoughts. God understands every thought. See how we got to get broken down what God say? Nothing has to get broken down to God what we think. We're his creations. We're the walking, living embodiment of what God created. So, of course, if you make a car, you're going to know every part of your car. When it's malfunctioning, you can open it up and look inside the car and see, hey, the carburetor, right or wrong. That's how God did with us. You lift the hood up, you look inside of us. Okay? And in order, he has to see certain qualities when he look inside of you.
All right. Reins in the heart.
Okay, try to raise. He tried. Try means to test. So now I'm gonna test what you got in you. Time sheet.
If thou seek him, he will be found of you.
If you search for God, you will find him. Now, remember you said earlier, people, the whole world, people are searching for God, and you said people wind up over here. They wind up over there. They don't find the true and living God, because they really wasn't searching for God. That wasn't their intention.
That's not their destiny. God,
so it really wasn't. It wasn't for them to find God. I want you. You have too much. You have too much. I looked in you and seen that you can't serve God. You can't serve.
You can't. You ain't being.
So I'm gonna let you go over there.
You go over there. That's right.
That's what that
So
means.
this was nah, you can't. You ain't ready. For
Okay,
this.
you're
Go
not.
over there.
You're not. Look, I can see
Go that way.
your
You
mind.
come here.
How you are right now, you are not fit to have to sit one day in
That's
here
right.
and hear about God.
That's
You
right.
go to the mosque.
How many people have you known? How many people have you known and they still ain't pull up?
Still ain't pull up.
Not one time.
That's
It's
right.
just not meant for them to be
come
here.
That's right.
Don't, he said, don't fret yourself over evildoers.
God
You're
directs
supposed to
your
look.
steps.
You say, okay, how that person moving, I'm making sure I don't get in
That's
move
right.
like that. So I don't get come out of this category that I'm in and be like that.
God directs your steps.
God direct the steps. We don't direct his steps. God direct the steps around us, and then we show and by example and teach the law. That's
right.
it. Your end, I have nothing to do with.
That's right.
My personal hope for everybody is like Moses. I wish everybody could prophesy.
That's right. That's right.
I wish everybody would read this and say, hey, we're not supposed to be eating with the blood. And everybody stop.
That's right.
I wish everybody would get on the same page.
That's
But
right.
it ain't going to be like that.
No, it's never gonna be like that.
But it's good to have that heart. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Because that's what Moses had.
That's
We
right.
read the examples of these people, their thoughts, their passions, their likes, their dislikes,
And
their
patting-
hates,
and-
everything.
And patting yourself after.
And I looked at it, I said, okay, I got
right.
a situation like this, I wouldn't have handled it the way David did.
That's right.
I would have got mad and did this. You would have got mad and did this.
That's right.
We would have got mad and did this and said this. I said, man, that's me. I would have did that. I said, so now I gotta fight my feelings and fight myself
That's right.
when I feel a way about something that God accepted.
That's right.
You hear me?
That's
I
right.
have to fight myself about feeling a way about something that God accepts.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Term sheet.
Yes. But if thou forsake him, he will cast thee off forever.
If you forsake God, you on your own.
Woo.
He's not gonna be with you.
Woo.
You're gonna live your life till you die,
That's
and then
right.
die again.
That's right.
He cast you off,
That's right.
like he cast us off. We were the apple of his eye.
That's right.
We were the most important thing to God on this planet.
We was the most important
We was
thing
the most
to God.
important thing to God on this
The
planet.
only nation that
We're
God
the only thing that
considered
mattered to God.
that mattered.
Do y'all know that? Israel was the
Facts.
only ones that mattered to
Facts.
God.
We spoiled it. We
We
messed,
messed that up. He said, "You the apple of my
messed that
eye.
up.
You know what the apple of my eye is?
We
Man,
messed
out of
that up.
everybody, I'm only dealing with you, man. I ain't listening to nobody else.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here with you. How I deal with you, I'm not dealing with them.
Mm-hmm.
What we did, we said what, Chief Shama?
What?
We messed that up.
We messed that up.
We messed all good deals up.
We messed
We
that up.
bad deal makers. We deal makers, but then we
Messed that
become
up.
deal breakers.
Oh yeah.
We
messed
broke
that
the
up.
deal.
We
And
messed
God's
that
still
up.
holding on to his part of the deal.
We messed that up. Yes, we did. We had a good thing.
Don't forsake him. We
Uh-huh.
forsook him.
Uh-huh.
We cast our shoulders, cast them behind our shoulders. Don't you?
Take heed now, for the Lord had chosen thee to build an house for the sanctuary. Be strong and do it. Then David gave to Solomon his son the pattern of the porch, and of the house thereof, and of the treasuries thereof, and of the upper chamber thereof, and of the inner parlor thereof, and of the place of the mercy seat, and the pattern of all that he had by the spirits of the
Okay,
course.
stop there.
He gave him a pattern
You see
of
that?
how the temple.
He had a blueprint.
Oh man,
He had a blueprint. The blueprint was already.
man.
Who made the blueprint? David.
David.
David wrote. David Day. David Day.
Gave him the blueprint.
Look. There's things that the godly gonna leave back
Oh,
for the people
man.
who want to serve God.
Uh-huh.
There are things that the godly will leave back. Records. You hear me?
That's right.
Archives. Records. Archives. Today we had video, audio. Okay? And you go back to these things and you say the book of Moses. What's the book of Moses?
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and
The
Deuteronomy.
Torah.
The first five.
The Torah.
That's
The
right.
book of Moses.
That's right.
So certain things a godly man said and did, certain things he wrote,
Uh-huh.
and he's not here no more.
Mm-hmm.
Those things will be valuable to us.
Mm-hmm.
Those words that man said to God should be valuable to us.
That's right.
Term sheet. Okay, hold on.
He get
First Chronicles, chapter 29, verse 18.
First Chronicles chapter 29, verse 18. O Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, our fathers, keep this forever in the imagination of the thoughts of the heart.
Yeah, he said, oh Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, our fathers. God, please keep this forever in the imagination of the thoughts of the hearts of the people and prepare their heart unto thee. You heard what he asked God?
Mm-hmm.
He asked God to keep holy, righteous thoughts in the imagination of the people and in their hearts. Y'all understand that?
That's right. That's right.
So these are what you call, see, when you play a video game, there's things called boosters.
Mm-hmm.
Boosters. You get this, it'll boost your power.
Right.
It'll boost this. It'll boost your level. Even games is patterned after it because the imagination of the thoughts of the heart of the people, you got to get to be at a certain point where God would say, look, they do a lot now. He's doing a lot of my commandments and laws.
Mm-hmm.
Been doing it for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna let the breach is starting to close.
Mm-hmm.
So things are not going to be allowed to go in the people's thoughts and their hearts.
Right.
Y'all understand that?
That's right.
That's what he prayed for. Tom Street.
And give unto Solomon my son a perfect heart to keep.
That's what I want for my son. I'm asking.
You can ask God for that.
I can ask God.
Give my son a perfect heart to live by your laws.
I want him to be better than me. I want my son to be better than me before you, oh Lord.
That's right.
Ain't that why we're parents? Ain't that why we're parents? For our children to be better than us?
You ask God that, man.
That's what he asked for. These are the things you ask for.
That's right.
They show us what to ask God for and what not to ask God for.
And you're patting yourself.
The one thing you don't ask for is riches.
That's right.
You never ask God for riches. You never ask God to kill your enemy.
That's right.
Because he said, hey, Solomon, because I told you you can ask me for anything you want.
That's
and
right.
You didn't ask for riches. You didn't even ask for the death of your enemy.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Wisdom, so you could govern wise
and understanding people. That's right.
That was a selfless
right.
request. He wasn't a selfish man.
That's right.
Let me show you what else is selfless.
Right.
And we read this last week.
Right.
When Sarah told Abraham, go into Hagar, that was a selfless act.
That's right.
That's why God opened her womb.
That's right.
He said, why, you know what? You didn't get the thought wouldn't have crossed another woman's mind. Let me tell y'all something. It wasn't doing that all over the world back then. The heathen woman wasn't doing that. Going to my maidservant. You ever heard or read of it anywhere else? They weren't doing that. This was an act of godliness. You gotta have godliness in you to do certain things that God gonna say, wow, I didn't tell her to do that. Her husband ain't tell her to do that.
Right.
But she tell you know what? All these blessings coming on my husband. He got a kid. I can't have one for him, but I got her. Go into her. And maybe I look, and I will have seed through her. That child gonna be mine.
Gonna be mine.
God look at that. And he approved of it.
That's a fact.
Because I know how I know he approved of it. Because later on, God opened her womb where you can have your own child for your own husband now.
Right.
Because you wasn't selfish.
Right.
You wasn't just thinking about you.
That's right.
That's
right.
That's what was supposed to be picked up.
That's right.
From reading that.
That's right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
There's a reason why God puts certain things in here. Okay? We're reading this book wrong because we're not getting it. Okay? That is why she was able to bear and have Isaac. But before that, she couldn't have pregnancy, and she wasn't selfish. She was like, you know what? I'm not going to even do that. I'm his husband. I'm his wife, but I can't have a seed from him. So I'm not going to stop him being with someone else to have a seed for him to keep his name going. It was more important than my feelings.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
They were not selfless
Okay,
people. The man and the woman were not selfish people. We are selfish. We only think about what we want.
Yeah.
If I feel a way about it, I have to satisfy it. And that's where you're wrong.
That's why I'm wrong. Okay, I got you.
I'm wrong, you're wrong, we're all wrong with that.
I got you.
In this department,
Can't
and
say
then, look, I'm wrong in this department, but you're wrong in that department. You're wrong in this department. We're all wrong. So it's a lot of work
All
to
that
get for
for
it.
Okay.
Okay?
All that for.
Come on, man.
That's right. Okay, teach.
We've been
Nobody better than nobody.
look. We're too
No
far
big
in
eyes
now.
and little
We're
U's.
too far in
Hey, how
now.
about I say?
Okay.
We're too far in now.
Okay.
Ain't no big eyes and
Okay.
little you.
Okay.
Let's all get on the same page,
Right.
because we know the requirements of God.
Okay.
We all know the requirements of God.
Okay.
Term sheet.
And give unto Solomon my son a perfect heart
Uh-huh.
to keep thy commandments, thy testimonies.
What is a perfect heart?
Ooh.
This is the description of a perfect heart. Yeah, to keep his commandments is always so. Before you get to any other level, before you get wisdom, before you start changing your ways, you start that commandment. You start to get into the commandments, and it takes time, and you keep doing it, and you hear it over and over and over and over and over and over until you die.
Shalem led.
Okay, that's how it goes.
Shalem led.
Shalem
A
led.
whole and
A
complete
complete heart, a sound heart, a wholesome heart. It will be
Ask God,
complete.
give
All
my son a
right, all right.
whole heart.
Check this out. You know what kind of heart you're gonna have? You're gonna have the kind of heart
And I'm gonna
that
give it
Adam
to
and
me,
Eve
to
had.
myself.
That Adam and Eve had. They had a perfect heart. You're gonna have a perfect heart.
Right? God,
So now you know what a perfect heart is.
killing me?
Okay?
Huh?
Term sheet.
Facts.
To keep thy commandments,
Uh-huh.
thy testimonies,
Uh-huh.
thy statutes.
Uh-huh.
So now I gotta keep his commandments,
Uh-huh.
right? His testimonies and his statutes.
Uh-huh.
And to do all these things, all of it has to be done.
To build the palace.
To build the palace
for
for
the
which I have made provision.
provision. And
That was the temple. Not even look.
David,
Get that? Look. Nobody.
His
That temple wouldn't have been built if it wasn't for David.
David.
David
His
first,
thought. His
he had
thought.
to have. It was his thoughts,
His thought.
Right.
his idea.
It was his.
But God's name.
Uh-huh.
Who thinks about God's name is who gonna make it.
That's right. That's right.
That's what I see in this book.
That's right.
Man sat
That's
down.
an extra. No, that's
right.
beside what you do.
That's right.
That's beside what
That's
you do.
besides what
That's
you
beside
do.
the commandments. That's beside
right.
that. When
That's
you
right.
do certain things to think about his name. Our father
My
thought
pops
about his
did.
name.
Exactly.
Our father thought about his
Moses
name.
thought about his
Our
name.
father thought about it. He said,
Moses.
what y'all doing? Y'all can't do this.
Exactly.
We ain't got God's name
God
on it.
name on
Give
it.
me that part. Give me that
Give me that
part.
part.
Give me that part. He
Give
brought
me
it home and he put it
Put
up
it
there
up
Uh-huh.
for
That's
safekeeping.
Uh-huh.
Because God's holy name is
Teach.
that holy that you can't just write it.
Teach.
That's
Then,
right.
then now you write it and throw it in the garbage? No.
Yeah.
That's why God don't show himself. That's
Yeah.
why God said, don't say my name.
Yeah.
I didn't tell these guys my name. I told Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, listen, man.
That's right.
Listen, man.
That's right.
You don't want to serve God, and it shows when you buck every law that gets taught.
That's right.
Every law that gets produced,
Mhm.
that gets broken down,
That's right.
we go against it. And we got to stop.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And David said to all the congregation.
So a perfect heart, when you have a perfect heart, you're going to keep his commandments.
That's
You're going
right.
to keep his testimonies.
That's
You're going
right.
to keep his statutes. And you're going to do all these things. Time sheet.
And David said to all the congregation,
Uh-huh.
now bless the Lord your God. And all the congregation blessed the Lord God of their fathers, and bowed down their heads and worshiped the Lord and the king. And they sacrifices unto the Lord. And
Hey,
offered
so look, the king juiced up, man. You heard what he just
Juiced
said? Yo,
juiced up.
he ain't your father, but you better bow to him. That ain't your mother, but you better bow to the king. It's uncertain honor, you better get a king or you gonna die.
Yeah.
That's right.
And God ain't gonna say, oh, you didn't have to do that. It's a certain honor. It tells you the behavior of a king in Proverbs, certain things. It said tell you not to do in front of a king.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Don't anger him.
Exactly.
Because you might as well just anger
We
God.
know. When you go to
Okay.
court, you
When
stand
you
for
go
that
to court,
judge.
you better stand up.
You ain't gonna talk junk to
You
the
ain't gonna
judge.
talk no junk. You can't talk at all.
That's right.
Okay? They said the honorable judge such and such and such and such. That person get up.
It's like, take that hat off.
Everybody is standing up. The hats are off. They don't respect hats. They don't respect hats in their courtroom.
Take this off, though.
Okay? But when I got my turban on, I didn't have to take my turban off when I went to court.
That's a fact.
Everybody else had to take their hats
That's
off.
a fact.
I didn't have to take my turban off.
That's a fact.
And because how I was dressed, they dealt with me a little different.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Because of how I was dressed. Where I'm at.
Verse 21.
Verse
First
21.
Chronicles chapter 29, verse 21.
Roll on.
And they sacrifices unto the Lord, and offered burnt offerings unto the Lord.
Right.
On the morrow after that day, even 1,000 bullocks, 1,000 rams, and
1,000
lambs.
Yo. Oh, these people were wealthy rich.
That's right.
Do y'all know that?
Mm-hmm.
He said, man, 1,000 bulls, man. I don't even own one.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
1,000 bullocks, 1,000 rams, and 1,000 lambs, with their drink offerings and sacrifices in abundance for all Israel.
Right.
And did eat and drink before the Lord on that day with great gladness. And they made Solomon the son of David king the second time, and anointed him unto the Lord to be the chief governor, and Zadok to be priest. Then Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord.
At that time, Zadok was the priest.
Right.
See, we had the king, we had the priest. We had the government, we had the priesthood.
Mm-hmm.
We were a nation that was really independent of the world. We didn't need nothing from no other nation. We didn't even need trade. Whatever we need, it grew there already. We didn't need rubber.
Right.
Okay? They didn't need glass. Time sheet.
Then Solomon sat on the throne of the Lord as king instead of David, his father, and prospered, and all Israel obeyed him. And all the princes and the mighty men and all the sons likewise of King David submitted themselves unto Solomon the king. And the Lord magnified Solomon exceedingly in the sight of all Israel.
Okay, go to Exodus 12. So we already know, so we know now what a perfect heart is and how a man or a woman with a perfect heart towards God, what they will do, what their life will be consistent of. Okay? And we also just read how we're supposed to be thinking. Our thinking is messed up before God. What you thinking is like a big movie theater right in front of God. Just remember that. You ready?
Exodus 12, yes.
Exodus chapter 12.
And the Lord spake unto Moses and Aaron in the land of Egypt, saying, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you.
All right. I want to clear something up. Did God mention the word new?
No.
New.
No.
Okay. He said, This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. This is the first month. All this means is you start the year counting in this month, which is Abib. Okay? God made the calendar. God made our calendar.
This is not our new year.
Okay? There's the word N-E-W did not appear in here. He said, It shall be the first month of the year to you. So the beginning of the year is Abib to you. That's it.
You don't celebrate New Year.
That's it.
No happy New Year.
That's it. That's it. There was no celebration, and I shouldn't have to do all of that because we don't see where there was a New Year celebration nowhere in this book.
It's Shana Tova.
What's that?
It's Shana Tova, brother.
No New Year.
Brother, that's the first time I ever heard that. What does that
New Year.
term mean? What does that term mean?
I don't know.
What does Shana Tova mean?
I don't know, bro.
Good year?
I don't know,
Like the
bro.
good year blimp?
I don't know, bro.
Y'all making this up. That's no good, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
It said, This shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. That's it. This is where you begin. And then later on, in the 7th month, God said, because see, remember now, we got 12 months now. This is an add-on.
Right.
We had 7 months. And God said, at the end of the year, later on in Leviticus 23, he's talking about the feasts and the feast days, right? And he said in the seventh, he said the Feast of Booths. He said at the end of the year, which is in the 7th month. So God said the beginning of the year is in Abib, which coming up now, right? But the people say the new year, the Jewish New Year, is in the 7th month. But God said the 7th month is the end of the year.
It ain't the end.
So stop following. God said that
Towards the
the 7th month is the end of the year. So what do you everybody has a New Year's, okay? In Babylon, when you read about the writing on the wall, remember that? That was a New Year's celebration. The first New Year's was in October 3rd, okay? And it's man, listen, it goes along with Halloween, with Christmas, with Easter. They're all birthdays, Halloween, Easter, Christmas. They're all intertwined with each other. Just the same way the Shabbat, the new moons, and the feast days entwine with each other. Okay? The first New Year's was on October 3rd, and it was in Babylon. First New Year's celebration was in Babylon. That's why Babylon is called the mother of all harlots and abominations and sin.
That's right.
Have anybody else? If you study, you will see that scholars, world scholars, call Babylon the mother of all harlotry, abominations, and sins.
That's right.
And it's the truth.
We all started there.
Because that's where Abraham came from, the Chaldees. The city was popping. The city was lit. That's what we like to say. Oh, it's lit. It's lit. You know why it was lit? Because you do what you want. That's when it's lit. It's not lit where we serve God. It's not going to be lit like that. You can't do what you want to do. But it was lit in Babylon. It's the city that never sleeps, way before New York was ever mentioned. New York was patterned and named, and everything in New York and the way people think, oh, I'm a New Yorker, all of that is patterned after the Chaldeans, Babylon, where Abraham come from. He came out from the lit city where they do everything. And witchcraft is at a high. Don't go outside if you ain't into witchcraft. Back then, that's how it was. Okay? Nimrod was the king. He was running it. All that stuff was good. All wickedness was good in Babylon. Nimrod was the king.
And died.
He was the big homie out there. So everybody was, he said he took over that king and established himself. We went to Calais, took that over. Went to Nineveh. We heard about Nineveh, right? Yep. Took that over. Yep. And everywhere where he went, he defied God. He said he was a mighty hunter before God. That don't mean he was a good guy. And he wasn't a mighty hunter of animals. He was hunting men down. King, you a king? I'm coming to you and I'm taking you down. I'm taking you down and I'm establishing idolatry. The first form of idolatry will be me. They made him worship him and the sun. And he said he comes from the sun. So a lot of things Israelites doing that need to stop. Because you're following the ways of Nimrod. Nimrod is the one that set up birthdays and all that stuff.
That's right.
All right? The first birthday was his birthday. The first birthday celebration was that man's birthday. He made the whole world celebrate his birthday.
And his child.
Now look at today now. People die on their birthday. People die on their birthday. Yeah. So that's not a blessed day. If that was a day to be blessed, why you still die on that day?
Why Pharaoh
hung somebody? Somebody dies on the birthday. There's a sacrifice. The first present was a human sacrifice. So that's where it all adapts from. Okay? And if we thumbs down astrology, you should be thumbing down for the birthdays. What you think astrology is all about? People's birthdays. The zodiac sign. It's all about the birthdays according to the stars. Tongue sheet.
Speak ye unto all the congregation of Israel, saying, in the 10th day of this month, they shall take to them every man a lamb, according to the house of their fathers, a lamb for a house.
Everybody gets a lamb for their house.
And if the household be too little for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next unto his house take it according to the number of the souls. Every man according to his eating shall make your account for the land.
So every family gonna have a lamb, right? Tamshi.
Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You shall take it out from the sheep. Or from
So how you know what you eating is from a male of the first year? First of all, and look, this is the sacrifice. We don't do this no more. That only got done that time. They didn't do it again in Israel again, y'all. We trying to do it again, but them that came after them were smart enough to leave that alone. That was only for that time. It was only one Passover. It was only one time we was in Egypt and the death angel passed over. After that, God got us out of there. We never went back into Egypt. There was never a Passover again. It's the Feast of Unleavened Bread. Kag Matzot. So all this, what we're reading, we don't have to do. It's good to know, but we don't have to perform this because this is the sacrifice of the Passover lamb, the Paschal lamb. Tamshi.
And you shall keep it up until the 14th day of the same month.
Now, do you know later on in history, Jeroboam made a feast, okay, on the 14th day of the next month to counter this, to stop everybody from going to Jerusalem around this time. He made his own feast, okay, to stop the people. Watch it. People are making up their own days to have you guys go and party and gather with them. No day that God got in Leviticus 23 should be observed unless it's in Leviticus 23. Okay?
Come on, man. It's just my
Man, listen, man. If it's not in Leviticus 23, you are violating. You are sinning. You are committing iniquity, and you ain't keeping his statutes.
Come on, man.
Those are his statutes.
Come on, man.
Those are his statutes, the days that God tell us to commemorate. Those are the statutes. And those days it doesn't stop. We don't have to do that no more. But we don't have to observe Shabbat no more. Not this step forever, man. Forever.
Throughout your generation.
Forever.
Everlasting covenant.
Everlasting covenant is part of the deal. This goes on forever. Guess what? It goes on even if you don't keep it.
Yeah.
6 days.
It's commanded by God already. Even if man don't keep it, it's going to pull up every 7 days. Time sheet.
And the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it in the evening. And they shall take of the blood and
now. This is something that only is done with this sacrifice here. That's why I said this was a one-time thing. They took the blood of that animal, that lamb that they sacrificed. They took it and hit the 2 side posts. So it hit here. Now blood dripping down here. Okay, in every Israelite's house, blood dripping down here. And where else? And on the upper doorpost here. This is the upper doorpost. That's why I say doors. It's something about doors. It's something about the threshold. Okay? It's something about this here. That's why we got this here. Something about it being here. The significance of it being here is spiritual.
Yes, it is.
Okay? It's spiritual.
Yes, it is.
All right? That's why when they bring I'm bringing my coat, bringing my land, bringing my stuff to serve God, I can't go past this.
Stop at the door.
Because on the other side is holiness that I am not a part of. I'm not a part of. I'm not on that level of the priestly level. I'm holy because I don't do the things that the people around about me do. But I'm not on that level of holiness. He's been sanctified. He can't come around us. When we having something over here, I'm having a circumcision party. The priest can't come.
Word. His daughter get married. He can't. If she died, he can't go.
He can't go. He can't mourn. The only one he can mourn for is his parents. He can't leave the grounds. The priest cannot leave the grounds of the temple. He don't wear sandals. He don't go nowhere. He's barefoot in there. What priest? What Kohen? What? Who consecrated you? Show me the man that consecrated you. Ain't no man consecrated you. Where did you get the holy anointing oil? Where the oil at? Where the blood at? I don't see no blood on your right here. You gotta have blood here. You gotta have blood here. You gotta have blood on your big toe. Okay? Come on. They bugging. They getting y'all money. They're getting y'all money. They're doing just what the priest and the pastor is doing.
What Cleflo
okay? They're doing the same thing. But what? The people love to have it so. He said, tell us lies, tell us smooth things, tell us things to make us laugh. Don't tell me about myself. I don't want to hear I'm not supposed to be doing that. Yeah. I can do that, Ark. That's us. Tell she.
And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roasted with fire, and unleavened bread, and with bitter herbs they shall eat it.
That's it. That's what they ate that night. That generation, the ones that was in Egypt. This meal was for them because of the situation they was in.
Talk about
and this, and God is doing this. Look, man.
Talk about
He said, look, man. I said, I'm the one that brought you out of Egypt. Right? Don't he always remind us that?
a lot. A million times.
Don't he always remind us? What y'all doing misbehaving? I brought you out of Egypt. Remember you was crying? You tough now. But remember you was crying? Now I'm not fair. That's why God was so upset. That's why he always remind us. You all right? You keep bailing a person, you save a person, and they act up with you. You're going to say, hell, man, I was the only one that thought about you, man. When everybody else didn't care about you. I stepped in and I took you in. I helped you. I did this. I told them no so it could benefit you. I told them yes so it could benefit you. Stop playing. That's what God's saying. God says, stop playing with me. I'm the Lord. Before I tell you anything, I'm the God that brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of slavery. I got you out of slavery. You should be happy to do this. You cried for me to get you out. Now I get you out. You got to do your part of the bargain. That's us. That's us. I did my part. We make a deal. When we make a deal, just show how just you are. Both parties got to keep their word. When you show me that you ain't trying to keep your word or you're going around it, you are unjustly. You are ungodly. Okay? Okay? Because deals. We make deals. See what we did with God? We did with God. One time we told God, the people told God, to the Most High, if you be with us and we're going to go to war with these people, and if you come with us and hold us down and deliver those people into our hands, you know what they said they're going to do for God? So we're going to burn their cities. God takes any deal from us, man.
He used to take the deal.
Look, that's something that ain't had nothing to do with me cleansing myself. Okay, we won. Now burn everything, like I said, to God. That's the God said, okay, he delivered them in their hands and what they did. You remember, right? He said, man, deliver us into their hands and we will burn. Because you know why? They were straight people. They had nothing else to do. Like, when you're not sinning, it's not that much to give up because you're not sinning.
Say it again, brother.
When you're not sinning, I don't gave that up already.
Now you gotta do things.
What else I gotta do things that he like?
It's different levels.
Things that God approved that, it's not unclean, but I like it. Look, God, I'm gonna stop doing that if you do this for me. Deal. I'm gonna stop smoking weed if you're gonna do this for me. Deal.
Okay.
That's where you step it up at.
Stop doing what
Things
you
that I like. That is approved by God. Look, it's not unclean, it's not against the law, but look, I'm gonna stop it. I'm gonna stop it for you, for you, God, and you do this for me. That's what they did. They didn't do the vows we do today because they wasn't sinning how we sin today. They wasn't breaking these commandments.
They ain't vowed the way of friendship.
They didn't do that. They didn't do that. Tom sheep.
Eating out of it raw, nor sodding at all with water.
Eat what? Eat what? Not. Don't eat what raw.
The lamb.
God had to tell them.
Cook it, nigga.
Cook it. Okay, now it don't have blood in it. It don't have the fat. The animal was first year. Everything was straight. Well done, please. When you get your flesh, please cook your flesh well done. Okay? Okay, after you get the blood out, cook it well done. Please. Matter of fact, when you get the blood out, as soon as you put fire to it, it will be done. There's no such thing as rare.
So you saying
when the blood is out, you can't get that burger rare. You can't get that meat rare. It gotta cook now.
you said cook it well done.
Cook it well done.
That's to cook the blood out of it?
No, the blood's supposed to be out already.
Oh.
Because if the blood is out, this is chemicals. If the blood is out, it will cook quicker. You ain't gonna get no rare.
Oh, okay.
Get a barbecue pit. Get the blood out of that ground beef. Get the blood, all the blood, where it looked like this. My father had it looking this color.
Great.
No, this color right here. Okay? And put heat to it. You're going to see it cook quick. It cook quick. So imagine putting it over the fire. It get roasted quick. Because the blood is not in it. It's not damp. It's like dry flesh now. Okay? And the fat, we don't have to take that out. We get the fat out when the fire hit it, when that heat hit it. It's like oil. It comes out on its own.
Right.
This is a chemical thing, and they knew that. They knew what animals were clean and were unclean. They didn't need a book. They didn't have the book. They knew. They just knew. He said, when you go on the hunt, any beast of the field or fowl that may be eaten, but we don't know what fowl may be eaten, so don't eat no fowl, no birds, no none of them. I'm not eating no quails. I'm not eating none of that. Yes, God gave us quails, but those are different quails of today. Those quails of today are bred with chickens and vultures and every other their family. According to these people, according to Google, according to everybody, all birds are related. So I don't eat them. And then I read in the book, I didn't see anybody eat a bird. The pigeons were for sacrifice, saying God and Abraham didn't divide the birds. He didn't eat it. They were burnt.
Moses ain't run to the water and start eating quails with them.
Okay? So look. Start remember they ate quails, but you still eat chicken. All right, I don't see you eating quails. I don't see the people eating the quails. I see you still eating chicken and turkey. And you still eat turkey on that turkey day. You're giving thanks. Your giving thanks is not the same heathens giving thanks. Y'all know that, right?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Leave those days alone, please. I've noticed that these are the days that people, it's hard for them to get rid of.
Damn.
Look, you ain't even celebrating it, but you are still acknowledging it in your heart. That's what's your problem. Get rid of that. That's what God is waiting for. Time sheet. Yo. It comes a time in your life, you're going to have to make a decision to serve God or not. Make your mind up, man. There comes a time in your life where you're going to have to make your mind up. Thank you. Thank you. You're going to have to make your mind up, man. You're going to have to look at yourself and talk down to yourself. This is how it works. You look in the mirror and tell yourself you're at peace. Y'all know. You know why? Because when somebody else tell you that, what happens? You don't accept it. You don't accept it. You got to tell yourself that. And to break that little bit of pride, that way you can start correcting yourself. That way you can start correcting yourself. Give yourself a chance. Time sheet.
Eat none of it raw, nor sodden not all with water, but roast with fire. His head with his legs,
Okay.
with the pertinence thereof.
Okay. Everything. In this instance, the whole body gets burnt up. Time sheet.
And you shall let nothing of it remain until the morning. And that which remaining of it until the morning you shall burn with fire. And thus shall you eat of it, with your loins girded, your shoes on your
Look,
feet.
man, I remember no better. We used to do this. We didn't know no better. When you in the pioneers in the beginning, you're not going to know certain things. And we would get a land. They would get a land every year, right or wrong.
Yeah. One man got killed.
And one time, it wasn't a male of the first year because it was pregnant. Baby fell out. When my Abba saw that, that was it. He wasn't a part of no sacrifices no more after that. He said, nah, something wrong with this. We ain't supposed to be doing this. That's why that happened. It said a male of the first year, right? That's what we read, right?
Right.
It was a female. So we don't even know. Look, we had a cat and thought it was a female until the organs dropped, and now it's a male. We don't know the animals. We're not farmers. Okay? All we do is go to the store and buy. Okay? We don't know about agriculture.
That's right.
Our forefathers knew these things. They lived in the country. I always say, he said, man, y'all ain't there. Y'all city Israelites. Y'all ain't never grew up in the country where you got to go outside to use the bathroom, where you go work the field. He said, yeah, I test your muscle. I'll go put you to stack hay all day. That's what they did. There were people that dealt in the field so much that the Egyptians was like, oh, we don't eat with them. It was an abomination for the Egyptians to sit down and eat food with us. Ain't that something? Mm-hmm. That's why God said, look, man, don't hate them. You still can't hate. And look. And you still can't hate them for that.
That's right.
You ain't that something.
Because he looked out for you.
Look, they don't want to sit and eat them. They look down on you, and you can't hate them.
Because you live in their land.
Because there was a time.
Looked out for you.
Look. There was a time you was under his rule.
That's right.
Yeah, the treatment was wrong or good, but you was there.
Exactly. Well, that wrong.
And after you left, you wanted to go back.
Yep.
Did not they? They wanted to go. Oh man, it ain't looking good. Let's go back.
How you getting over that water?
Leaks.
How you gonna cross that water?
God, it said, we just read, it said God led you through an open path.
That's right.
You know what that is? The path through the wilderness where you don't die. That's the path to openness. God knew where to take. Look. The fire and the cloud, right? Directed them through that wilderness. Yep. That's why they didn't get killed out there. God killed the ones that went against him in the wilderness. He protected them. Nobody got bit by a mosquito or a scorpion. How about that?
And they fall in no quicksand.
Okay. Ain't no buzzers hanging around you waiting for you to drop.
Hostile terrain.
Got hostile environment, hostile terrain. God didn't suffer them to die by that, but you died by the word of God because of your crimes against God. Tell she.
And thus shall you eat it, with your loins girded, the shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand.
We used to do that. We used to sit down. We have our staff in our hand, just like that. And in reading and in time, we learned that, okay, what we're doing don't even count because we're not supposed to have sacrifices now. Ain't nothing passing over us now. That was part of the history. But and because of that, we got messed up with the matzah. See, we got confused when it came to the matzah. So now we have to get unconfused. Tamshi. He said, ye shall let nothing of it remain until the morning, and that which remaineth of it until the morning ye shall burn with fire. And thus shall ye eat it with your loins girded, your shoes on your feet, and your staff in your hand, and you shall eat it in haste. It is the Lord's Passover. Verse 12. For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night. Now, when the eve of Feast of Unleavened Bread comes, there's no angel passing over Brooklyn.
Through the Ville.
From Fort Greene to all the parts, and then go to the next borough and go through all where all Israelites at. It's not happening. You know, the reality of it is we're not home no more. We're not going back. You're going to die in the land of your captivity. Wherever you was born at, wherever you wind up, wherever your families wind up at, that's where you're going to live and die. We got evicted. Why people get evicted?
So we ain't paid.
You didn't pay. I didn't pay my dues to God. I didn't pay. I didn't pay up. I didn't take my sacrifice up. And when I did, the goat had one eye. I took the goat with one eye up to God. And I took the goat with good eyes to boot to myself. Or I kept it for myself. But after a while, it wasn't even about the, no, man. I recognize the Most High God. Now, those guys that don't bow down to no other idol, they make themselves gods. So they kept it to themselves. Time sheet. Verse 12.
For I will pass through the land of Egypt this night, and will smite all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both man and beast, and against all the gods of Egypt.
The beast always get
judgment.
The beast always get hit up for what man do. The ground, it said, cursed is the ground. For whose sake? Yes. When Adam ate of, what happened? Immediately thorns and thistles start to grow up. Bacteria became into existence. Viruses came into existence. Okay?
It didn't have to rain.
All these things, okay? It wasn't even raining then. God made it rain when it was supposed to rain.
That's right.
Everything went to earth because of sin, to where everything gets old, even the building. Building gets old. The wood starts to rot.
and
The
tear.
chips, the paint chips
Wear and
rot.
tear.
All of that is an example of what Adam did. Y'all know that?
That's
The
right.
grass withers, leaves fall.
Leaves fall and die. Yep.
Town sheet.
And the blood shall be to you for a token.
A sign. The sign. The blood is going to be like a sign. It's going to be like, oh, okay, when I see that blood, it's either I do something or I don't do something when I see that blood. Let's read.
Token upon the houses
where you are.
where you are.
Uh-huh.
And when I see the blood, I will pass over you, and the plague shall not be upon you to destroy you.
That's
when I
why it's
smite the land
called
of Egypt.
Passover. He said, I will pass over you because you got the blood on the doorpost and on the upper lintel. That means an Israelite did. I ain't got to know him. What? There's Israelites over there? Look, at the end of the day, you violate laws over here and that, but you still serve the same God I serve. You still call on his name. So I might have to deal with you different.
Exactly.
I might have to deal with you. You call on the idol's name, you're gone. You're out of here. Because that's how David did. David said, Shimei, I was supposed to get killed. Right or wrong? He was kicking us, spitting, throwing stuff at the king. Let somebody spit at me right now. Look at me and spit on the ground, and it's popping. I'm coming for you. If you look at me and spit, that's a gesture of hatred. I'm coming. Anything to do with spit, I'm coming. David said, yo, leave him. Look. He had some men. He said, leave him. He said, man, God told me to do it, man. You know why? He said, man, that's why I got to look at David. He said, man, this guy here, he got mercy like me. He look at his own fault. If this guy deserved to die, he'll say, yo, you know what? But guess what? It was only with Israelites. Ain't no heathen was able to go and pop no junk to David and live. We're a little bit more easier with each other because we serve the same God. Everybody's on different levels. But I don't want you to die. Yeah. You bald-headed. I hope one day I see you with hair on your head. That's all. I can't do nothing else. It ain't gonna hurt me with you bald-headed. It don't hurt me. But I feel for God's name. And it hurts me to see that you calling the same God that I call, but you move different. So I hope that you hurry up and get to that level or get past my level. But you gotta get off the level you want. Everybody's not gonna be on that same level. They wasn't back then. Moses said, with God, everybody prophesied. Leave those guys alone. Because they made it seem like they did something wrong. They can't help that. When you prophesy, it's dealing with the spirit. You're connected. Hey, I was watching an interview, and these are rap guys. And one guy said that he had to get an operation, something went wrong with his stomach. He had to fast. He said, I had to fast. No food, no drink, no nothing. He said, but yo, I'm about to do that again. He said, because he said, he don't know God. But you know what he said? He said, I get clarity of thought. He said, for the first time in my life, I was able to think straight while I was fasting. And you don't know God. But he just tapped into something, and he don't even know why that happened. So yeah, it's good to fast. Take up your own fast. Make vows. You have to make promises to God with your vows.
You must.
The things that you like that are against God and what God approved, those are the things you sacrifice. Like I said, you get to a point where I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. So now I got to give up things that I like. That's okay by God. That's what I see in here. They wasn't running around sinning. But they got to a level, they said, well, look. I like this here. And you said I could do this, but look, that's dead now. God respects that. And that's the beginning of a perfect heart. You gotta give us something that you like that is approved by God. God don't mind that you do it. Okay? It's not a thou shalt or thou shalt not. God said, okay, you can do that. It's nothing, right?
Right.
But and you like it. You like it.
Right.
You got to start. Do that for God. Show God. You're showing God your fervor for him. You don't say, well, damn, I didn't say you didn't have to do that. But now, okay,
That's right.
that's how you want him to look at you.
Right.
This is what you do when you humble yourself.
Teach.
This is what you do when you fast and you
Teach.
pray. This is what you pray for. This is what you make vows about.
Teach.
You can't just willy-nilly pray and say anything and
That's right.
fast it. You don't go like that.
That's
You
right.
can't be on a fast, right? And still making runs. I can't be going to the store.
Right.
I can't be answering my phone.
Right.
I can't be watching TV. I
Right.
can't be listening. I gotta be in a room by myself, or in an apartment, or in a house by myself. I have to be by myself. I have to be away from everybody. I don't want to be around nobody right now
That's right.
because my heart is to get myself right with God.
That's right.
And you being around me is gonna be in the way. It's a distraction.
That's a fact.
It's an obstacle. That's why most of the prophets, they didn't go home, they went in the caves. They had houses. But when they were on a fast and they was communing with God, they was in caves. They went up, they wanted to go on the roof, go somewhere where nobody at. Okay? You get better results that way.
That's right.
But I can't be fasting and I'm still indulged in daily
Right.
routines.
That's right. That's
Okay? That day, nothing happens.
right. That's right.
No, I can't help nobody. I can't do nothing that day. That's a fast.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And this day shall be unto you for a memorial.
You shall remember this day. Not told memorial, it's your birthday. They took that.
Talk about it.
What God told us to keep as a memorial.
He told us what
we
to keep as a
told us
memorial.
what to keep a memorial. He didn't say name your
Not the
birthday
day
a
he was
memorial.
born.
Time sheet.
And you shall keep it a feast to the Lord throughout your generation. You shall keep it a feast by an ordinance forever. 7 days shall you eat unleavened bread. Even the first day you shall put away leaven out of your houses.
All right. So you see. Oh, I got the alcohol out there. Okay. You know, rubbing alcohol that's in the bottle that you take and you rub on you. You don't have to throw that away.
No.
It doesn't have yeast or leaven in it.
Vinegar.
Vinegar, you do not have to throw away.
No.
It does not
You're
have
talking about
yeast.
fermented.
Yeast. Fermentation.
Ain't got nothing to
Okay.
do with
Fermentation goes down
You got nothing to do
everywhere
with
on everything. Like I said before, you take an apple. Hold on, y'all. I want people to hear clearly so they can understand. You take an apple, you bite it, you put it down. 5 minutes, a minute later,
3 seconds.
it starts to turn color. That's fermentation. That's not leavening. God is not talking about fermentation. This is what Shishama was explaining. Okay? It's yeast, leavening, baking agents. Okay? Now the matzo crackers are not bread. First of all, it's not bread. First of all, it's not bread. And it's been put in a machine. Nobody needed that. Those matzahs in the box, nobody needed it. A machine needed it. It's really needed now.
Right. It's leaven. Delicious cracker.
Kneading makes it leavening. Sour. If I take water and I take flour and put it together and I leave that dough there and I come back tomorrow, we got sourdough bread. But it's not leavened. It's sour.
Until you get the need.
The only fermentation or sourness or any chemical reaction God is talking about is the leavening that's in your bread. They didn't eat stuff you had to read. Look at this ingredients. What that mean? They didn't have ingredients when whatever they ate didn't have ingredients.
Ingredients.
Okay. So beer, you can't have beer. Beer is made with yeast
Right.
and grains.
Right. Hops.
Hops.
The grain.
Some beers made with this, some but you
Barley,
can't
barley,
deal with beer. Barley, malt, seeds,
Yeast
and
and for
all that you gotta leave alone because remember the grains. But you don't have to get rid of the grains. You don't have to get rid of your
Keep it in
rice
your cabinet.
or your beans or your seeds. You separate
Your
that.
legumes, huh?
Boom. Your legumes. Okay? But this is all according to there. You got to clear this up. You can put water and flour together and make sour bread. Anything is sour. That is not leaven. Kamatz. Kamatz is sour. When we read everywhere where God say unleavened, he's talking about kametz. He never mentioned sour. We put that there.
That's right.
Time sheet.
But whosoever eateth leavened bread from the first day until the seventh day, that soul shall be cut off from Israel. And in the first day there shall be an holy convocation.
Holy gathering.
And in the seventh
like
day,
what we doing right now, that's what we're going to do on the first day. And on the seventh day, time sheet.
no manner of work shall be done in them, save that which every man must eat, that only may be done for you of you. And ye shall observe the feast of unleavened bread, for in the selfsame day have I brought your armies out of the land of Egypt, therefore shall ye observe this day in your generations by an ordinance forever. In the first month, on the 14th day of the month, at even ye shall eat unleavened bread, until the 21st day of the month at even. 7 days shall there be no leaven found in your houses. For whosoever eateth that which is leavened, even that soul shall be cut off from the congregation of Israel. Whether they be of the
But you're
stranger,
still alive. You're still alive. You're still coming to teachers. You still got your robes on. But you only gonna get so far with God because He cut you off. Time sheet.
you shall eat nothing leavened. In all your habitations shall ye eat leavened bread. Then Moses called for all the elders of Israel and said unto them, draw out and take you a lamb according to the families and kill the Passover. And ye shall take a bunch of hyssop and dip it in the blood that is in the basin, and strike the lintel and the two side posts with the blood that is in the house.
Go down to verse 29.
And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt.
So all the action went down deep in the night, midnight. No street lights out there. Deep dark. Deep dark. The way God did it, He put so much pressure on them places on them. They said, man, get these people out of here now before we're all dead. Take what you want. You want this? Here, take it. You want that gold? Take it. Take everything. Okay? Y'all gotta go now. Look, it wasn't accustomed to let a person leave your house at night.
No.
Or someone come to visit in the east. And we can see that in Judges 19. You know what I'm saying? You wait until the morning to let that person leave. The person is there, they kind of stay late that night, make a place for them to stay. That was, I mean, if they're good enough to come see you, they're good enough to stay over the night. Okay? It's dangerous at night. It is dangerous. It'll be dangerous out there at night. Anything. You got people, you got lurkers, you got all types of stuff. And then back then you had animals that could go anywhere. They didn't have it like now. You could go outside of your house and the bear's in your field. You understand what I'm saying? So they didn't allow people to leave their house at night. But in this case, you guys gotta go. God made it that way, though. Well, there's a reason for everything. They left out at midnight, deep in the night. No time to prepare bread. No time to prepare food or bread or anything. All right? Time sheet.
And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt. For the firstborn of Pharaoh that sat on the throne unto the firstborn of the captives that was in the dungeon.
Yeah, that's kind of
and all the firstborn of cattle.
This ain't no disease. This is not of a disease or a man-made thing. This is of God. Now only the firstborn of every family dies. Yeah. That's what went down. That's how you know this is of God. Ain't no disease gonna do that.
Nope.
Oh, I'm gonna skip over you. Oh my God, get the firstborn. Oh, there was only one firstborn in this house, so nobody else gets this disease.
Smart disease.
This is smart disease, yeah. This must be a smart guy here. God did that. God did that. God commands the diseases. He commands fate, which is your destiny to come to you and only you around everybody else. And nobody knows this. Time sheet.
And Pharaoh rose up in the night, he and all the servants,
He got up.
and all the Egyptians.
Everybody up.
great
Nobody
fire in
sleep.
Egypt.
Nobody sleep because there's a death in every house in Egypt. Okay? There's a death in every house in Egypt. So everybody's up in Egypt that night. Time sheet.
But there was not a house where there was not one dead.
See?
And he called for Moses and Aaron by night and said, rise up, get you forth from among my people, both ye and the children.
He ain't
of
never
Israel.
called them at night. He never called them, put them in. This is an emergency. Y'all bring them dudes down here now. You guys got to get out of here now. Time sheet.
And go serve the Lord as ye have said. Also take your flocks and your herds as ye have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urging upon the people.
For him to say, for him to break down was big.
Mhm.
That's what God said. God said, yo, know for sure, I'm a heart in this guy's heart. Okay? The pride of Egypt, God talks about their pride. He hates their pride. Meaning, this guy thought he was God. So his pride was so high. Right? He used to go out by the Nile River, which is also a god to them, and puts his hands up towards the east, like he's calling out the sun. He used to think he's calling the sun out when the sun comes up. That's how high his pride was. So now he just got broken. What broke him is when he said, and bless me also. Because now you just admitted, and you just acknowledged that you are not God, that the Most High is God. That's what Most High. But you see what God had to do to this man to break him? The plagues. Look. They hitting up his people. That's what he had to do to break him. Time sheet.
Also take your flocks and your herds, as he has said, and be gone, and bless me
Yeah,
also.
because at one time he said, go, but leave your flocks here. Another time he said, go. He said, look, man, take everything. Time sheet. Okay, we get to the customer. I want to get to a certain point real quick.
And take your flocks and your herds, as he have said, and be gone, and bless me also. And the Egyptians were urging upon the people that they might send them out of the land in haste. But they said, we be all dead men. And the people took their dough.
Here we go.
Before it was leavened.
They took their dough. They already had the dough made. Am I correct?
Right.
That means they already had the dough made. So that's sourdough bread. That bread is sourdough. Okay? That lump that was sitting, don't tell me how long it was sitting there. It's soured already. Okay? So that means that's to show you again that souring, fermenting, and leavening different. They're not the same as the leaven. It said the people took their dough before it was leavened and did what?
They took their dough before it was leavened. And their kneading trowels.
Their kneading trowel. The kneading trowels are big, like a long, what you call it, like an ironing board. Okay, this is the thing that they use to knead their bread. But they're moving out in the middle of the night in haste. And they say what? Their kneading trowels being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. Their luggage is on their shoulders, and their kneading trowels is up in there. They don't have everybody gonna have to stop, take it out, and knead bread. This ain't the time for that. We got to get out of here. So they just took the dough and threw it in the oven. The dough was made already. They took the dough and threw it in the oven. Back in Israel back then, you got dough ready made anytime. There's always a dough sitting down. Y'all got to really read the custom of these people and the lifestyle of how they did things. Then maybe you can understand certain things. Everybody had bread sitting open in their kitchen. That's why the woman came and plucked. That's why you hear about people plucking. You can't, like the man said, you can't pluck flour. It was made already.
Which an indoor had.
Which an indoor. She had dough waiting. Who plucked it? And now what I do with it determines whether it's going to be leavened or not. She needed it, so it was leavened. I take it, I pluck it, I don't need it. I put it in there, it's not leavened. So the people took their dough before it was leavened, their kneading troughs being bound up in their clothes upon their shoulders. That's why they couldn't, that's why the bread wasn't leavened.
The dough was made already.
What's the question now?
Is sourdough leavened?
Well, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to repeat myself. I just said it. I'm going to repeat myself for the third time. Sourdough is not leavening. Sourdough is a dough that's been sitting for no matter, it doesn't matter how long. After 5 minutes of sitting, the dough starts to sour. It does not leaven. Because they had dough before it was leavened. They had the dough. They couldn't stop in the middle of the desert and put the water in the. There ain't no water. It was already made up, y'all. Let's read and understand. Book reports. Let's go.
So what caused
the dough? The dough is there already. All right. They took the dough and they put it in. They didn't have. They didn't have time. They didn't have time. Their kneading troughs were not there.
They'll pluck from it and knead it.
They'll knead it
On the kneading trough.
on the kneading trough, but they couldn't do that. So they just took the bread and put it in the oven. And that's why God said, this is a memorial. That's why he said, get the leaven out of your houses, because you couldn't leaven your bread.
And it came out tough, and that's why God called it
What caused
bread of affliction.
What caused it to be leavened?
What caused it to be leavened?
What
when
caused
you
the
need
dough
it.
to be leavened?
When you need the dough.
When you knead the dough, it causes the bread to be leavened.
That's it.
The witch of Endor had dough.
She already had dough.
And she plucked from the dough and baked unleavened bread.
She didn't need
the
it.
dough was already sitting.
It calls it
And
unleavened
in the
bread.
book, it says unleavened bread.
Unleavened.
So when the dough is sitting and it get a little sour,
It's not
it
leavened.
doesn't.
That
doesn't
is not
begin
leavened.
the leavening process.
That's what the book is telling
This
us.
is what the book says.
Hosea said when the baker ceased
Comments is leavening.
from kneading.
Nowhere in the book says kamats.
Nope.
Kamats means sour.
That's
Read 1 Samuel chapter 22. Hosea 7 verse 4 said, who sees
Hey,
it.
brother, don't waste your time. We told them 1,000 times. I'm pressed.
They probably ain't hear it.
They're going to hear it again and again.
Repeat
It is not leavened.
Go ahead.
Sourdough bread is not leavening. We just read that they took the dough and they could not leaven the bread. The only way to leaven bread is to knead the dough. The only way to leaven bread is to knead the dough. The only way to leaven bread is to knead the dough.
Don't buy
Now
the
we gotta go to the
sourdough out
book
the store.
We gotta go to the book of Apocrypha.
The sourdough bread out the store has
That has leaven in
got
it.
leaven in it. You don't
The
buy
sourdough bread in the store has
That's
leaven.
leaven.
They
Don't buy
put
that.
yeast in it,
That's right.
and they knead it.
The bread's supposed
Okay,
to be tough.
so it's best that you make your own bread, y'all. Make your own bread. Make your own bread. That's what they did. Make your own bread. We make our own bread now without we don't buy bread no more. We make our own bread. Chief Malak is the master baker.
Shalom, huh?
Make your own bread. These people did not buy from stores. They didn't have stores. Make your own bread, at least around this time. So you can be sure you're not eating leavened bread. All that stuff in the store, don't buy nothing in the store. A piece of unleavened bread, don't go in the store and buy nothing. Make it yourself.
Right, make the bread.
Don't buy no bread at all. No matzah, no bread at all. Make the bread yourself, and we won't have to go through all of this.
Okay.
Tell them we're gonna put a video up. Tell them we're gonna put a video up.
What chapter you said? Apocrypha.
There will be a video put up on this. Ecclesiasticus chapter 35.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 35.
That's why God got tight at the people. He said, how long is it going to take for them to believe me? How many times I got to say it? How many times you going to read it? It gets frustrating after a while, y'all. I'm letting y'all know, man. What's going on, man, with Israel,
The
man?
meekest man.
Do you really want to serve God or not?
The meekest man on earth got frustrated.
Come on, man.
He's frustrated. Moses.
I mean, come on. Are you listening? Because people are asking questions while it's being explained.
He's frustrated. Moses.
Come on, man. Give yourself a chance to learn. Stop blocking it. Ecclesiasticus in the book of the Apocrypha, chapter 35.
He that keepeth the law bringeth offering enough.
Look, you ain't got to sacrifice nothing if you do the law. He said, he that keepeth the law bringeth enough offerings. You don't bring enough offerings because you got to sacrifice to do that law. You ain't got to bring up no goat. They ain't had to look. They only had to do things when they felt like it because they didn't sin. You only bring up a sin offering if you sinned. Y'all understand that?
Mhm.
They wasn't going around presumptuous sinning. What we give up is what enables us to do the law. I gotta stop doing this in order to do the law. That's your offerings, and that's enough. That's enough for God because you keeping the law. Tell she.
He that keepeth the law bringeth offerings enough.
Uh-huh.
He that taketh heed to the commandments offereth a peace offering.
Offer it a peace offering. Okay? Peace with who? Once you leave out, y'all can sit. Once the person is out of the once they cross the threshold, you can sit. Okay? And the only reason why we rise from our mother is because me as her son, that's what they did with their mother and father. Okay? Now, if you look at her as your mother now, it's all good. But you don't have to, because it's not your mother.
It's not sin on
It's not your father.
It's not sin.
You know what I'm saying? But I understand. I look at other people. I give the same respect and I give my mother, so I'm gonna rise for them too. But once she leaves out, y'all can sit down. Time sheet. Verse 2.
He that requited a good turn offereth fine flour.
Look at that. You know what that means? You do me good. I don't forget that. I do you good. So when I go to see God, I'm gonna give up the fresh fine flour. It's a mindset. Y'all understand that? Yeah. If I'm the type of person that returns a good turn, you do me good, then my mindset is good. I'm not gonna be faulty with the sacrifice when I bring the sacrifices to God. I'm gonna offer fine flour. Time sheet. He that giveth alms, sacrifice and praise. If I give alms is donations.
Charity.
Donations and charity come without you asking.
Right.
You hear me? Hey, it comes without you asking. I have to want to willfully. Yo, man, here, I got that for you. And I'm not looking for nothing back. You don't owe me nothing. And I don't need you to be on my side when I'm wrong or right. That's how it is. That's a just person that giving alms. Because a lot of times, certain person giving alms, I'm like, man, I don't know. I don't want nothing from you because I know you coming back with something. You want me to favor in your side. And in the situation I am, my judge matters. So I can't just take anything from anybody. Why are you giving me this? For what? What did I do special? I ain't your girl. You do that with your girl. Right or wrong?
That's right.
So that's why the judges, once you in a spot where you take care of people matters, you can't take a gift from nobody. Because I'm expecting you to be on my side. That's right. And honorably,
that would be the good thing.
That would be the good thing to do, but not in this matter, because then I'm gonna be violating. I'm gonna help you. I'm helping you get over and violate God's law. Okay? Time sheet.
To depart from wickedness
is
a thing pleasing to the Lord.
Out of everything that's pleasing to God, to depart from wickedness. To pull yourself out of it. You could be in the middle of it and say, you know what? I'm bugging. And stop. Pull yourself out of it. Or prevent yourself. Or get it away from you. Or stay away from it. Or whatever it is, you know what you got to do to stop that. It said when you depart, that when you stop it, or however you do to depart, it said God said, man, that's pleasing to him. Mm-hmm. That pleases him. You didn't have to burn no animal, nothing. Just departing from wickedness is pleasing to God. And those are boosters. He's going to do things to help keep you in the way.
Okay.
Time sheet.
All right.
And to forsake unrighteousness is a propitiation.
You don't want to do that. Do not forsake. He said to forsake unrighteousness.
And to forsake unrighteousness is a propitiation. Propitiation
Go ahead.
is to regain the favor of God.
I know you got the meaning right there.
Is to regain the favor of God.
He said to forsake unrighteousness is to gain the favor of God.
Okay.
That's right.
That's all.
That's
Don't let the
it.
big words fool you.
Okay.
That's it.
See?
Okay.
To forsake unrighteousness.
Okay.
We know what's right because when somebody else do it, we say that was wrong. Right?
That's right.
We naturally know.
That's right.
Because when you get it done to you, you don't like
You
it.
don't like
So we know right from wrong because we was born with it.
teach.
God defines the right and the wrong now in His commandments, so we get it perfect now. But we know you know you ain't supposed to be taking something that don't belong to you.
Yeah.
How about somebody take something that don't belong to them from you? See, my thing is, what I don't like for me, and this is me personally.
Go for the goose.
I'm not gonna come at you. Look. I don't like people coming at me, yelling and talking to me any crazy how. I'm not gonna come and do that to you. So you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't like it.
Right.
So what I don't like for me, I'm not gonna do for you.
Okay.
But then now, that's dealing with people who serve God. And not everybody that serve God is on that mindset. So I gotta be careful too. Sometimes I am gonna have to bark back. Because the ungodly take kindness for meekness. The ungodly and the proud, they take righteousness as a sign of weakness. So you got to watch out for these things. Top sheet.
Thou shalt not appear empty before the Lord. For all these things are to be done because of the commandments.
You got to do all these things because that's what the commands say.
The offering of the righteous maketh the altar fat, and the sweet savior thereof is before the Most High. The sacrifice of a just man is acceptable, and the memorial thereof shall never be forgotten.
See? All right, now stop there. You got 35, right?
35 verse 7.
Back to the one before that. I just wanted to bring that part.
Sacrifice.
Go to 34.
So the
Ecclesiastes
sacrifice of
34.
the just man.
Sacrificing the just because the wicked don't sacrifice nothing. Only the just is going to sacrifice.
Today we don't sacrifice.
We don't
pray.
sacrifice.
We pray.
We pray and give up the calf of our
The
lips.
prayer of
But
the
like I
just
said,
man.
like I told y'all earlier, give up what you like. In substitution, if we don't have animals and we have prayers, okay, and we can bind ourselves, okay, with those prayers and vows, right, and give up things that you like.
Hey.
God said, well, yeah, I want to hear noise. You know why? Because that's what they did. All right, David didn't say, well, God, I'm not going to sleep with nobody else. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm not going to do this because they didn't get down like that. That was a one-time thing. They didn't live a life full of sin to where they could say, hey, I'm going to stop doing this and stop doing this to serve you. But I want to go further. I've been stopped doing this. Now I'm going to stop, like I said, stop smoking. Stop smoking. Stop drinking. I'm using it for an example. I ain't telling you got to do it. I feel hearts getting broken.
Stop
I
the
feel it.
World
All right.
entertainment.
Things that you like.
World entertainment.
The only time it's wrong to do it is now. But you're allowed to do it during the week. These are the things you give up. That's your sacrifice. We don't have the sacrifices of the just. Our sacrifices are the calves of our lips, our vows, and giving up the things that I like. Tell you. The hopes of a man.
The hopes of a man. The hopes of a man void of understanding are vain
They
and
don't mean
false.
nothing. The
And
hopes
dreams
of a
lift
man
up
that
fools.
anybody who do not depart from evil, which is the person that does not do these commandments. If you don't do these commandments, all your hopes, your dreams, your aspirations, all that stuff is dead. It don't mean nothing to God. Okay? It don't mean nothing. He said, and it's false. It's vain and it's false. That's just in your head. Because what? You're void of understanding. That's the wicked man. So all the stuff, all the wicked man's hopes and his dreams and what he would like is vain, it's false. It's not going to happen. Time sheet.
Whoso regarded dreams is like him that catcheth a shadow and followeth after the wind.
Whoso regarded dreams is like him that catcheth at a shadow that falleth after the wind. Every dream you dream was just a dream. Okay? It was just a dream. Don't let it get to you. We're not connected like that.
No, not yours.
Okay? Whatever dream you had, that's it. And look, ain't no Yosef out here to interpret that dream. You can forget that.
Martin Luther King could have kept that dream.
He had a dream. A lot of people had dreams. And that dream still ain't happening. Right or wrong?
Right.
It ain't never gonna happen.
Right.
Tells you.
The vision of dreams is the resemblance of one thing to another.
The vision of the dreams, the stuff that we get, that we see in dreams, is because this is what we experience. You get in your dream what you experience in life. Tells you.
Right.
The vision of dreams is the resemblance of one thing to another,
Uh-huh.
even as the likeness of a face to a face.
Uh-huh.
Of an unclean thing, what can be cleansed?
Nothing. You can't get something clean out of something that is unclean. Tells you.
And from that thing which is false, what truth can come out?
There's no truth, it's false. So there's no truth in a false statement. Liars say that. Wicked people say, I heard people say that, but it's just truth in the lie. No. No, the truth is over there, the lie is over there. They don't get along. They're not going to mix up. Well, look, come over here. I want lie. Come over here by me, truth, right? I want people. No, they don't do that. They don't go like that. They don't go like that. Wicked people make these wicked sayings. Some shit.
Divination.
Divinations is telling of the future. Telling of the future. All right? Some shit.
And soothsayings and dreams are vain.
They're all vain.
And the heart fancy it as a woman's heart in travail.
Uh-huh.
Fancy it, one that has a special liking or interest. If they be not sent from the Most High in thy visitation, set not thy heart upon them.
Because you got to watch your heart. Your heart fancy means your heart fancies. It means your heart has a tendency to like stuff that's not good. Our heart has a tendency to like things or be attracted to things that is evil. Our heart has a tendency and inclined, prone to go towards the wicked decision.
Right.
Automatically. Okay? That's why it says that.
Attracted.
He said, well, so you got a dream. You got in your dream that you want $5 million. Now all of a sudden you wake up. You think it's gonna go down.
Bro, inspired.
Yeah, you're inspired by that dream. That's your heart fancying like a woman's heart in travail. Some shit.
For dreams have deceived many, and they have failed that put their trust in them. The law shall be found perfect without lies, and wisdom is perfection to a faithful mouth.
So y'all better watch what y'all say when y'all say don't say that in the book. Because it does say that. Now, how many times, look, for the past couple of weeks, it don't say that in the book. Yes, it do. And I showed them, stumped. Like, what y'all be reading? I understood that when I was a child. That was the basics. What's going on, man? Something's going on. Some shit.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 34,
Verse 9.
verse 9. A man that had traveled knoweth many things.
That's correct.
And
That is correct. That is correct because how they do things here in New York, they don't do that out in LA. How you know? Because he went out there. Okay? A traveling man, you know more about people. You know more about how people do things and the customs of things and how people operate when you travel. Tells you.
And he that had much experience would declare wisdom.
Yeah, people don't like listening to that. The person with the least experience always has the biggest mouth. The person who just opened the book and just started reading has the biggest mouth.
Don't know nothing.
You don't know nothing.
You need to learn.
This guy got all the experience, but you see he's not saying too much because the experience taught him to keep his mouth shut. Okay? Experience is the best teacher. He said a guy with more experience, he will declare more wisdom because he knows if you go that route, it's not a good route, man. I went that route twice, and I got the same result. I didn't get nothing different. So I'm telling you not to walk that route. That's wisdom and experience. Talk shit.
He that had no experience know it little.
You don't know too much.
He that
No.
traveled.
If you just started with a marriage, you just started getting married. You just started a marriage. Like you don't know that much. But a person that been divorced 3 times, they know more than you. They just say, hey, you shouldn't do that with your man. This is what's gonna happen. Hey, you shouldn't do that with your girl, man. This is what's gonna happen. Experience.
Oh.
Experience. See, experience. The mother says she's okay. Ain't the first time. Experience. That's a perfect example. She knows she's good. Experience. When you've been through it, you know more than the average person. So the average person should be listening. Been in this longer, been doing it more. I don't bump my head more. I don't watch other people bump their head and exceed or derail.
How can you be more?
So how could you?
How can you?
Come on.
How can you? And I've been doing this longer than you. I'm a streak.
See, I've seen a lot of come, I've seen a lot of go. But this is what kept me grounded. I didn't do the things that the ones that came and went. I didn't do the things they did. I didn't do what they did when they was here. They thought they was better. Tell shit.
When I traveled, I saw many things. And I understand more than I can express.
Hold on. He said, he that hath no experience knoweth little. But he that hath travailed, you've been through it.
You've been through it.
It's full of proof.
No. You got people that go through it early. You got people that go through it late. Not everybody go through it at the same time.
That's right.
But you're going to go through it. All right?
That's right.
All right, y'all?
That's right.
Whether you serve God or not.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
I
right.
said, but when you go through it, it makes you're able to govern yourself better. For some reason.
That's right.
You know why? Let me tell you why. I had to write this down. He said, because in order to serve God, you are going to get put into situations where you will have to swallow your pride. My God. In order to serve God, things going to happen to break your pride. So you're going to go through it. And that's going to bring prudence. Prudence is the ability to govern myself.
Rule your spirit.
Rule my spirit. Well, my spirit, nah, man, I'm not doing that. Rule it. Look, you rule it so bad that evil thought don't come back no more. Yeah, you can do that. Come sheet. Verse 11.
When I travailed, I saw many things.
Oh.
And I understand more than I can express.
Oh, I can't even express. Oh, wow.
I was oft time in danger of death. Yet I was delivered because of these things.
The spirit of was often. He said I was in danger. He said I was. I nearly died a lot of times. That's what he said. I was in danger of losing my life a lot of times. He said, yet I was delivered because of these things. Okay?
God's the seamstress.
Okay? This is what saved me, man. Okay? Tamshi? The spirit of
those that fear the Lord shall live.
That's why he was delivered.
For their hope is in him that saveth them.
Their hope is in him that saveth them. My hope is in the Lord. My hope is in the Lord, which made heaven and earth. Ain't that how the song?
That's right.
How it started? My hope is in the Lord, which made heaven and earth. Yeah. So that's where your hope is at. My hope ain't in my lawyers.
That's right.
I've been in positions where, man, you got to get you a good lawyer. I got one already. Follow my father's footsteps. I said, I already got one. They said, who? I said, the Lord God of Moses that made the 10 commandments. The Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's who's my lawyer. Y'all doing me dirty. Y'all put that on me. Y'all know I didn't have that on me. Guess what? Guess what? God did that. And I walked out the courtroom. So I owe forever.
My hope in him, I swore.
And talking about this make me want to serve him more. That's why I say talk about the things that he did for you. Acknowledge that it was God that did it. Nah, it wasn't God. It was yo, man, got the money. She had the money. All right. God allowed her to get that money. God allowed her to have the money so that when you needed it that day is for that. You can't get out of it. Your help, God will kill your help. Then what? God will kill your hope. Then what? That's why he said, hope in me, man. Don't put your arm, don't put your arm, okay? And don't put your trust in the arm. Man, flesh, princes. He said, don't trust princes. Make sure he good. Time sheet.
Whoso feareth the Lord shall not
fear.
because
I only fear God. So I'm fearless. I only fear God, so I don't fear nothing. Shoot me. You got the gun in my face, shoot it. What I'm supposed to do, get down in bed? I only fear God. Click, come here, give me that click. And shot him with his own gun. True story. Experience. True story. Experience.
True story.
That's how God works. These things are boosters. Those are your personal, whatever you was into that you were supposed to be dead, oftentimes in danger. That's what you use to boost yourself.
That's why David had no fear with the giants. He was like, yo, I'm gonna kill
I chase bears. I kill bears. I chase lions and bears. He said, and that man is going to be like the lion and the bear that I chase. That ungodly, uncircumcised Philistine. I'm supposed to be scared of that. God told my people, don't be scared of the Amorites. He said, dude, he said, thou shalt not be afraid of them. I said, man, right. I'm only supposed to fear God and my parents. Now, with all that fear going into God and just my parents, that makes you deadly. That makes you deadly. You know that? Who don't fear God get it. That's who get it. Because my fear is short. It's only for here. Everything outside, man. But you're intimidating me. You're trying to make me afraid. That's gonna make me rear up more.
Yep.
That's gonna make me rear up more. Because now you're trying to play me. You ain't God. I ain't gonna cower to you. I'm gonna bow to you. You are not God. You ain't made me and you can't break me. So I don't fear you, and I don't fear who you believe in. That thing you believe in is trash. I spit on that.
Yep.
What's wrong with you, man? And that's what got you, Paul? Oh, you about to get it. And that's why we got into wars with all those people around about us. It was about, because they serve the true and living God. They think they're better than us. We were better than you, but we didn't act like it. We didn't act like it. We welcomed the stranger to come and serve God.
They had put us on.
Okay. She was like, yo, put us on.
They scared of y'all.
They heard and they know that God is with you. And they see what happened to the rest of the people.
They capping.
See? So all you got to do is fear God. Don't worry about the enemies.
Facts.
Right now they're being worked on.
Facts.
You hear me?
Facts.
Yeah.
Come see. Right now they're being worked on. Come see.
Blessed the soul of him that feareth the Lord. To whom doth he look?
That's who's going to get blessed.
Who is his strength?
That's who's going to get blessed. That's who gets the blessings. The ones that fear God. Time sheet.
For the eyes of the Lord are upon them that love him. He is their mighty protection.
Wait a minute. His eyes ain't on everybody.
Uh-oh.
Because if you despise his commandments, you hate him.
Uh-oh. If you don't,
so his eyes ain't going to be on you.
He said, love the Lord thy God and
keep his commandments.
So you don't keep his commandments.
You don't love him. So what's up? You ain't gonna be blessed.
Stop it.
That's the blessing.
I got a relationship with God. No, you don't.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Keep his commandments. He is their mighty protection and strong stay, a defense from heat, and a cup. Ecclesiastes chapter 16.
I see.
Covered from the sun at noon, a preservation from stumbling, and a help from falling.
He is my help. He is my rock. He is the one that I go to in need. Time sheet.
He raiseth up the soul and lighteneth the eyes. He giveth health, life, and blessings. He that sacrificeth of a thing wrongfully gotten, his offering is ridiculous. And the gift
How you gonna offer something to God that you stole?
That's crazy. Oxymoron.
How you gonna steal a Bible? Or a turban? Or like come on, man.
No stole a Bible.
Because that's what that is. He that sacrifices of a thing wrongfully gotten, his offering is ridiculous. And the gifts of unjust men are not accepted. Watch the gifts. Watch. Because look, look. They don't love each other. We don't love each other that much. So what's this gift about, brother? What you need from me?
Need something.
Something's coming up. Tell me what's behind this, man. Time sheet.
And the gift of unjust men are not accepted. The Most High is not pleased with the offerings of the wicked, neither is he pacified for sin by the multitude of sacrifices. Whoso bringeth an offering of the goods of the poor, do it as one
The
that
Lord
killeth.
delighted not in sacrifices, man, but in that you obey.
Obedience.
Obedience.
Samuel said it.
Obedience beats sacrifices any day. God would rather you obey than smell the fat of rams. And God loves the smell. But he would rather you obey than him enjoying that smell. Because him enjoying that smell, meaning you're messed up. When that smell is done, that means you're messed up. And you're doing this to get in favor with him. He said, I would rather you listen. Obedience is better than sacrifice. Ain't that what he said?
Right. Samuel.
So obedience is better than
Samuel said
sacrifice.
Obey.
And obeying is better than the fat of rams. Because all that, God liked the fat of rams smell good to God. Smell real good to God. He liked that smell. He'll be mad and he smell that smell to calm him down. Get to know your God. But we can't do that. So you're going to have to do doings that are going to be pleasing to him. Okay? Time sheet.
Whoso bringeth an offering of the goods of the poor, do it as one that killeth the son before his father's eyes. The bread of the needy is their life. He that defrauded him thereof is a man of blood. He that
The bread
taketh
of the needy is their life.
their life.
You take him, you defraud him from that. You deprive him from that. You're a man of blood. You like a murderer. You're the same as a murderer. You take it from the needy, man. Time sheets.
He that taketh away his neighbor's living slayeth him. And he that defrauded the labor of his hire is a bloodshedder.
So, all right, for example, he said, don't take the up or the never millstone to pledge. This is how he making his money. He sell grains, sell beans. He needs that to break the hull off and to put his stuff together. Now I come in the house, I said, well, look, you give me this, and we do the pledge. A pledge is when I come to borrow something from you, look, here.
Keep that until I give it back.
Something of value.
Collateral.
Keep my phone.
Collateral.
Until I give you back that $100. Okay? Whenever I come back and give it to you, now you have to be a just man and take this phone and don't use it.
Took too long, brother.
I'm gonna get to that. You gotta be a just man and take this phone and go put it up. You can't start using it.
Flexible.
Oh, I'll give you here, take this chain.
Got his own
Now you know the vein and the vainness in you gonna make you want to wear the chain. Then when you get stuck up for it now,
Crazy.
you got stuck up for my
Yeah,
pledge.
it happened. You shouldn't have had it on.
You shouldn't have had it on. Or you popped it. Or you lost it. Or you can't find it. It's in the house, I can't find it.
Nigga
All these
jammed you
days, you
for it.
can't do the loss.
When nigga jammed you for it.
What you do is you take that pledge and you put it up. Okay. You put that up until I come back to fetch my pledge. You did that with lost and found. Man, this is cattle that belongs to a brother named Jonathan, but ain't nobody over here in this village named that. This thing wandered. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna put it in the yard by itself, not with my stuff. Not with my stuff. That animal gonna be by itself. Somebody, somehow, some way, that guy gonna come looking for it. Somebody gonna say, "Yeah, man, I have a cousin, Jonathan. He lost a book. Hey, it's in my field. It wound up in my field. I got it in my field. Come on, come." Because it had the name. The cattle all had their name branded. Everything. You lose your bracelet, your front, your name is on it. You lose these things. You can't keep nothing that don't belong to you. Shalom Aleichem. Hope you got something out of what was brought for the rest of the day. Remember, today is the Shabbat day. Next week, I'm about to call Shabbat back up because he has something to say.
In 1 Samuel chapter 28. In 1 Samuel chapter 28, towards the end of the chapter, right? When Saul when Saul went to the witch of Endor to call up when Saul went to the witch of Endor to call up Samuel, towards the end, she tried to give him some food to eat. It said, and the woman had a fat calf in her house, and she hasted and killed it, and took flour and kneaded it, and did bake unleavened bread thereof. In the Hebrew, the word for flour is kwemak, right? In the Hebrew, the word kneaded is talash. Talash means to tear or to pluck, which means she had dough already sitting.
Right.
Only God knows how long that dough was sitting.
That's correct.
But she plucked from the dough and baked, the book said, unleavened bread. So therefore, when you have dough sitting and you bake that dough, that's not what caused the dough to be leavened.
No.
Okay? Now I'm going to show you what caused the dough to be leavened. In Hosea chapter 7, it states, Hosea chapter 7, it states, they are all adulterers, an oven heated by the baker who ceased it from raising after he had kneaded the dough until it be leavened. So when you knead the dough, that's what begins the leavening process. That's why when you eat matzos, when you go to the Jewish store and buy crackers and eat matzos, those are leavening. That's not bread.
That's right.
That's not bread.
That's right.
God has commanded us. It says the whole duty of man is to fear God and keep his commandments. So there's nothing wrong with fearing God.
That's
Why?
right.
Because what it means to be fear God.
Supposed to fear.
When you fear God, it means what? Be afraid to offend God.
Him, to go
Be
against.
afraid to go against his laws, commandments, and
That's
statutes.
right.
So you also have to have fear.
That's right.
You need fear to fulfill the commandments of God.
You have to
And
fear
what-
your parents.
You got to fear your parents. Be afraid to offend your parents. Be afraid to offend God. And with that, I hope I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Bread of affliction,
Like him
not
only.
crackers.
Like him only. Nah, so that's what I'm ready. I wasn't